Hey, 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 this one. Hey, 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 this one. Hey, hey, this one. Hey, 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 this once. Hey, 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 this once.
家换衣服是好，谢谢。司仪去换衣服。
你跟司仪要个电话好。
他去换衣服了，我再等他上来。
画好。
那我代替司仪上去吗？
对啊，你代替他上去。
好好。测试测试，好，大家早安，测试测试测试。好，我们现在介绍陈唐山董事长。
President Tsai, Honorable Foreign Minister Wu, distinguished guests, ladies. So it is a very equal environment spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to thank you for joining 2021 Katagalan Forum.
好，现在我们要介绍蔡英文总统。
Dr. Mark Tang San Chen, Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Ms. Kelly Craft, United States former Ambassador to the United Nations, Minister Joseph Wu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Lai Yizhong, President of the Prospect Foundation, distinguished guests and participants joining us online from around the world, good morning. First, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you all for participating in this year's Katagalan Forum. And thank you very much, Ambassador Craft, for staying up late to be with us live. This year, we are meeting virtually once again as countries around the world work continuously to prevent the spread of Delta variant of the coronavirus. And even though our effort to combat the pandemic remains, there are still issues important to the region and the world that required our attention and joint efforts to resolve. Issues such as how to deal with the challenges to the Indo-Pacific's liberal order, how to respond to gray zone coercion in the East and South China Seas, and the reconfiguration of globalization and building trusted supply chains. This year's Katagalan Forum will facilitate. And lastly, I want to
好，好，我了解了，谢谢。那然后点一下。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Katagalan Forum 2021 Asia Pacific Security Dialogue, hosted by the Prospect Foundation and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I want to first welcome all of you home and abroad to join this very special edition of Katagalan Forum 2021, which offers 4 panels of security topics, from the challenges to liberal order in the Indo-Pacific, the Quad, countering gray zone coercion in the East and South China Sea, and also building trusted supply chains. There are a total of 1 keynote speech and 4 panel discussions, inviting top academics, officials, and experts across the globe to share their insights and viewpoints. Lineup of speakers from the countries include the US, France, Australia, India, Japan, South Korea, Singapore, Vietnam, and the Philippines. It's our great honor to have all these security experts to join us. We hope to work together to promote Asian countries' security and also eventually enhance the well-being of mankind. And today's forum is considered as one of the action plans. On the other hand, if you have any questions during the forum, please feel free to leave your messages at the WebEx system. The experts will be glad to respond. In the beginning, let us welcome Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Chen Tangshan, to deliver his opening statement.
Her Excellency President Tsai, Honorable Foreign Minister Wu, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Katagalan Forum 2021 Asia Pacific Security Dialogue. On behalf of the Prospect Foundation, I thank you all for joining us today for this significant event. Amid the disruptive effects of China's sharp power activities, aggressive military behavior in the East and South China Sea, and a persisting COVID-19 pandemic, we come together here today to discuss the challenges and the prospects for the Indo-Pacific in 2021 and beyond. The list of challenges we face today is a formidable one. In the Taiwan Strait, a more assertive and impatient Beijing has embarked on a course of action to challenge the status quo using military, economic, and diplomatic tools that threaten the stability. Beyond Taiwan, China's gray zone operations, cognitive warfare, and economic coercion have turned the Indo-Pacific region a geopolitical battlefield and zone of struggle between authoritarianism and democracy. This is a direct and persistent challenge to the liberal international order upheld by the United States and its democratic allies, including Taiwan, of course. That for decades has benefited this region. That is the reason why this year's panels focus particularly on strategic and maritime challenges. Against this shifting strategic landscape, countries in the Indo-Pacific are confronted not only to security but also profound development challenges. Success calls for like-minded democracies to work together on a wide range of fronts, including building up sufficient deterrence and response capabilities against military threats and gray zone coercion, deepening defense cooperation across all domains, and forging a trustworthy and resilient global supply chain, especially in the post-COVID-19 era. So it is very important that we bring intelligent minds together to shed light on those complicated geostrategic shifts and challenges. This includes the potential repercussions of the Taiwan Strait contingency on the Indo-Pacific liberal order, cooperation among Quad and Quad+ members on maritime affairs in the region, responses to gray zone coercion in the East and South China Sea, as well as accession the post-COVID-19 economic outbreak. All those point to areas where further cooperation is not only possible, but necessary. I have no doubt that there is still a lot we can do and must do together to secure a more peaceful, prosperous, and equal environment for the region and the world. So it is truly our great privilege to have all these highly esteemed speakers and participants with us here physically or virtually assembled today here. Your participation guarantees the success of this event, and I'm looking forward to your wisdom and input during this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to thank you for joining 2021 Katagalan Forum and wish today's conference every success. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the opening statement, Chairman Chen. And at this special moment, it's our great privilege and distinct honor to have Her Excellency, Madam President Tsai Ing-wen, to address the opening ceremony. Now, please join me in welcoming Her Excellency, Madam President Tsai Ing-wen.
Dr. Mark Tang-San-Chen, Chairman of the Prospect Foundation, Ms. Kelly Craft, United States former Ambassador to the United Nations, Minister Joseph Wu of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Lai Yi-zhong, President of the Prospect Foundation, distinguished guests and participants joining us online from around the world, good morning. First, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to you all for participating in this year's Katagalan Forum. And thank you very much, Ambassador Craft, for staying up late to be with us live. This year, we are meeting virtually once again as countries around the world work continuously to prevent the spread of Delta variant of the coronavirus. And even though our effort to combat the pandemic remains, there are still issues important to the region and the world that required our attention and joint efforts to resolve. Issues such as how to deal with the challenges to the Indo-Pacific's liberal order, how to respond to gray zone coercion in the East and South China Seas, and the reconfiguration of globalization and building trusted supply chains. This year's Katagalan Forum will facilitate discussions on those essential issues as we move towards a post-pandemic future. The Indo-Pacific is the world's fastest growing region. It offers myriads of opportunities in areas like trade, research, manufacturing, and education. The stability of this region offers reassurance to the development of global economy and international security. And it has a pivotal role to play in defining the course of the 21st century. The Indo-Pacific's emergence is also accompanied by newly developed tensions and systemic contradictions. The rise of a more assertive authoritarianism is the drive of such friction and poses the most serious challenge. Emerging from the COVID-19 pandemic, authoritarian regimes are now more convinced that their alternative model of governance is better adapted than the liberal democratic order. Despite the worrisome trend, Taiwan continues to strive to be part of the solution for an international community that is still trying to find its post-pandemic footing, while tackling hurdles such as climate change, emerging diseases, non-proliferation, terrorism, and a secure supply chain. With the revival of Quad and the EU's proposed Euro-Asia connectivity strategy, which advocates for a sustainable, comprehensive, and rule-based approach to connectivity, Taiwan is well positioned to serve as an indispensable partner on democratic renewal and in sectors such as biotechnology, renewable energy, and the semiconductor industry. Not only that, Taiwan is committed to working with regional actors to ensure regional stability. We are willing to shoulder our share of burden, and we would not take our security partners' recovery for granted. And our effort doesn't end here. Taiwan is also fully committed to collaborate with its neighbors to prevent armed conflicts in the Taiwan Strait, the East and South China Seas. While we don't seek military confrontation and hopes for peaceful, stable, and beneficial existence with our neighbors, we'll always defend our democracy and way of life. Taiwan's high-tech sector, especially its leading edge in the semiconductor sector, will be a crucial component to create a secure global supply chain that protects critical technologies from exploitation. Besides this, Taiwan has an innovative role to play in high-precision manufacturing, artificial intelligence, 5G applications, renewable energy, biotech, and many other sectors, which can help create more diverse and resilient global supply chains that can withstand interruptions. Moreover, Taiwan's soft power also lies in its experience and capabilities in education, human resource development, public health, medicine, and natural disaster prevention. Our medical facilities are sharing their experience in medical technology and management with countries in the region to improve public health and medical care. At this critical juncture, there are many new opportunities for Taiwan to play a constructive role. Taiwan can also be a crucial force in nurturing a network for the peaceful development and prosperity of our region. Despite the trials and tribulations posed by the pandemic, the last 2 years were also exemplified by warmth, resilience, strength, friendship, and partnership. As Taiwan donated material and provided assistance to the world at the onset of the pandemic, the world also came to Taiwan's aid with life-saving vaccines. I want to take this opportunity to reiterate my deep appreciation to our like-minded friends, such as the United States, Japan, Lithuania, the Czech Republic, and Slovakia, for coming to our aid during such a critical time. The world has changed dramatically due to the outbreak, and the way we live our lives might be forever altered. While extraordinary challenges remain, I see democracies working to safeguard shared values and their institutions and to serve the interests of the international community. And our belief in democracy and freedom has never been stronger. Taiwan's handling of the COVID-19 pandemic and its assistance to and collaboration with countries around the world have demonstrated the crucial role that Taiwan can play and why Taiwan matters. Although we are faced with an arduous journey ahead, we see this as presenting Taiwan with opportunities we have never seen before. Time and again, we all were confronted by great challenges, but we have always been able to triumph by working together and believing in our shared values of freedom and democracy. To conclude, I want to wish you all a successful dialogue. Thank you, Chairman Chen, for the invitation to speak. And lastly, I want to extend an invitation to Ambassador Kraft and all the participants to come to Taiwan when the pandemic recedes, so that you can witness the beauty of Taiwan in person. Thank you very much.
Thanks to Your Excellency, Madam President Tsai. In the meantime, President of the Prospect Foundation, Lai Yizhou, has joined us too. Now, please welcome President Lai to say a few words.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the year 2021 Katagalan Forum. The forum this year when we're facing this situation today, that we are noticing that the pandemic is still raging, and the tension in the South China Sea, in the water surrounding Taiwan proper, in East China Sea, as well as in the border between India and China, is still rising. And those situations basically is facing many of us, that the uncertainty as well as anxiety is rising further. With those in mind, that we believe that those security uncertainty and challenges, they demand answers, and the answers first need through the intellectual dialogue that we are having. And so with those developments, we believe that in today's dialogue, what the major things that we presented to you, for the Quad as well as the maritime security challenges and the economic prospect after the pandemic, those are the questions that demand the answer today. And we assemble a great group of the intellectuals, experts, as well as policy practitioners. And we believe that the dialogue that's going on today will present a fruitful intellectual treat, and I hope that you enjoyed this conversation as much as I do. So thank you very much. Please enjoy this year's Katagalan Forum dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, President Lai. Before entering into the keynote speech, we have a short break for about 10 minutes. So the forum will soon start at 9:30. Thank you for your patience. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests and speakers, welcome back to Asia-Pacific Security Dialogue. Now we're moving to the first keynote speech. Please welcome the moderator, Deputy Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Tian Zhongguang.
Chairman Chen Tangshan, President Lai of the Prospect Foundation, invited moderators and panelists, online viewers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to you all from Taiwan. It is indeed my honor and privilege to introduce the keynote speaker for this year's forum, Ambassador Kelly Craft, former U.S. Permanent Representative to the United Nations. Ambassador Craft had some cordial interactions with Taiwan during her tenure in the United Nations. I believe our relationship is based on the shared values of democracy and freedom. One of the founding fathers and the second president of the United States, John Adams, once said, I quote, "Liberty once lost it, lost forever," end quote. People who espouse this belief stand together and support each other. Ambassador Craft was the first U.S. top diplomat to the United Nations to meet Mr. James K.J. Lee, Taiwanese representative based in New York, and she's also the first U.S. ambassador to bring the Formosan black bear stuffed toy to the United Nations Assembly Hall. Formosa black bear is indigenous to Taiwan, and it represents Taiwan's actions. And Ambassador Craft's action symbolizes her firm support to back Taiwan's bid to meaningful participation in the United Nations and its specialized agencies. Ambassador Craft is the first sitting U.S. ambassador to the United Nations who had planned to visit Taiwan, but unfortunately, the visit was called off at the last minute. However, she had the virtual meeting with the President Tsai as an alternative way to show her support for Taiwan. We welcome Ambassador Craft to visit Taiwan anytime soon in the near future with open arms. Ambassador Craft set up and consulting firms Kelly G. Knight LLC in 2004. And she is not only an outstanding female entrepreneur, but also a philanthropist, as she has been devoted herself in a wide range of charitable activities. In 2015, Ambassador Craft and Mr. Craft co-founded the Craft Academy for Excellence in Science and Mathematics in Kentucky, Morehead State University, a special program for academically exceptional students. In her career as a political figure, Ambassador Craft served as an alternate delegate to the United Nations in 2007, where her focus included U.S. engagement in Africa. 10 years later, she became the first female U.S. ambassador to Canada and brought charm, grace, and listening skills to the ambassadorship. She also accomplished the signing of new trade agreement between the US, Canada, and Mexico. Ambassador Craft is a staunch supporter of Taiwan. She stands against China's efforts to unjustly exclude and isolate Taiwan on the global stage, and she appeals to the world the importance to include Taiwan in the international community. She recognizes Taiwan's successes are a reflection of democratic consolidation, and a commitment to universal rights and values. She often tweets messages about Taiwan, even after stepping down, such as congratulating President Tsai for being awarded the 2020 John McCain Prize of Leadership in Public Service. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Ambassador Kraft for her friendship and support for Taiwan. United States Congressman John Lewis said, I quote, "Democracy is not a state, it is an act," unquote. Taiwan will continue to safeguard democracy, and I'm certain Ambassador Kraft will stand with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Taiwan's friend, Ambassador Kelly Kraft. And after the pre-recorded speech, Ambassador Kraft will join us online for the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Tsai, for inviting me to speak at this forum today. And thank you, Taiwan, for allowing me this moment. Because at this moment, there's no place I'd rather be than right here. I stand before you in a formal role, giving a speech, but for me, this is much more than a professional outing. For me, Taiwan is a personal relationship, a relationship that is based on friendships, for sure, but also on the principles we hold so very dear, our shared commitment to democracy, to freedom, to allies, and to the values that I, as an American, feel are part of my genetic makeup. In short, the reason I stand with Taiwan is connected to the very things that make me an American. Without pretenses, and with enormous respect for all my colleagues in the diplomatic corps, I have been lucky enough to have had a unique relationship with Taiwan. Among all the difficult things that come with the position of the United States ambassador to the United Nations, confronting enemies of freedom every single day, dealing with an intrinsically corrupt system, comes some truly special privileges. And one of those privileges during the Trump administration was raising the profile of our relationship with Taipei at the United Nations, working hard to try to stop the systemic UN discrimination against democratic Taiwan. I want to talk about our relationship with Taiwan in depth. But before I do, we should spend a little bit of time on the events of last week in Afghanistan. As an American, I can't stand silent about the message we sent to those who need us the most. Afghanistan might feel a world away from Taipei, and maybe even a world away from us in the United States. But what has happened there has implications for us and for all of our friends, including our friends at the heart of democratic China. The Afghan people feel betrayed by us, and I know why. They trusted us to support them in their path towards democracy, in their quest for freedom, in their fight against terrorism. And we have let them down. But even if we step out of the Afghanistan narrative and look at this from an Asia perspective, we should be worried. The Chinese Communist Party has exploited the deaths of U.S. servicemen and women and Afghan citizens to cast doubt on our commitment to you. Like most of the people here today, I saw the disgraceful Communist Party mouthpiece, the Global Times editorial that cast doubt on our commitment to Taiwan because of Afghanistan. You deserve to hear it in full. Let me quote. Some people on the island of Taiwan hype that the island is different from Afghanistan and that the U.S. wouldn't leave them alone. Indeed, the island is different from Afghanistan, but the difference is the deeper hopelessness of a U.S. victory if it gets itself involved in a cross-straits war. Such a war would mean unthinkable costs for the U.S., in front of which the so-called special importance of Taiwan is nothing but wishful thinking of the DPP authorities and secessionist forces on the island. End of quote. Shame on them. Shame on them for using the lives of brave men and women as propaganda. I am here to assure you that they are wrong. I am here to assure you of my belief in the firm U.S. commitment to Taiwan's defense. I was proud to support our commitment to Taipei during the Trump administration. And as an American, I am proud to see the Biden administration continuing that policy. I officially left my post at the United Nations in January. But even though my title has now changed, I haven't given up on my fight for Taiwan's inclusion in the United Nations and other international organizations. This October marks the 50th anniversary of the UN General Assembly Resolution 2758, a resolution that has no legal standing, used to facilitate discrimination against any and all Taiwanese involvement in the UN system. As you know, I object to both the supposed legalities behind the resolution as well as its interpretation by the United Nations. But I also object to the discrimination it represents. Discrimination against good sense, against democratic governance, against global security, against global health. What world organization dedicated to peace and security worth its name would reject cooperation on health with an advanced, scientifically groundbreaking country during a pandemic? The World Health Organization, that's who. What world organization dedicated to peace and security worth its name would reject cooperation on aviation security? The United Nations International Civil Aviation Organization, that's who. I could go on, but I suspect that you and everyone who watched me bring the little Taiwanese Thai bear to the General Assembly podium in my bag know how I feel. Is a stuffed bear going to change the world? No. But the first step is to stand up and proudly declare our commitment. Policy will, I hope and pray, follow. We've already seen substantial changes. President George W. Bush initiated the Quad partnership in 2007 during my first tenure at the United Nations. He brought together the United States, Japan, India, and Australia, all of us Asian democracies committed to help lead Asia in the direction of peace and security. President Trump held the first ministerial with the Quad in 2019 during my second tenure at the United Nations, and held the first ministerial meeting between the two countries. Our administration was a series of firsts with Taiwan. On December 2nd, 2016, then President-elect Trump was the first to speak with a Taiwanese president since 1979. Undersecretary Keith Krog secured multiple cooperation agreements with Taiwan. Secretary Azar was the highest-ranking cabinet official to visit Taiwan since 1979. I was the first U.S. UN ambassador to meet with the Taiwanese representative in New York, Ambassador James Lee, now a good friend of mine. We had historic defense sales to Taiwan totaling close to $19 billion in 4 years, more than the previous administration sold in all of its 8 years. Secretary Mike Pompeo did not depart office before lifting restrictions on meetings between Taiwanese and American government officials. That's a revolution over the course of the last 4 years, and I applaud the Biden administration for continuing that policy and for including Ambassador Tsao as a guest for his inauguration, a first as well. I am also encouraged by the recent steps taken by the U.S. Congress, specifically Senator Menendez, the chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, and Senator Inhofe, the ranking member of the Senate Armed Services Committee. Political polar opposites who came together to agree on a strategy to permit Taiwanese inclusion in the World Health Assembly. You may ask yourself in these hyper-partisan times how Donald Trump and Joe Biden and Senators Menendez and Inhofe can embrace similar policies on Taiwan. And the answer is simple. Sometimes something is so clearly right for our own interest, so right for our own principles, so darned obvious that even Democrats and Republicans can agree. The late General Douglas MacArthur said, quote, "I believe if you lose Formosa, you lose the key to our literal line of defense. From our standpoint, we practically lose the Pacific Ocean if we give up or lose Formosa," end of quote. Friends, some people care about the fate of Taiwan. Some people care about the fate of Afghanistan. Some care about the fight for democracy and freedom overseas. But some are more worried about the challenges at home. And after these COVID years, those aren't small challenges. But if you are unsure about whether the fate of small nations matters to you, remember, this is also about our security, the fate of our nation, your life, your business. Without Taiwan, we lose the Pacific. We are, after all, a Pacific nation and cannot afford to cede our fate to communist China. If Taiwan is lost, we lose too. This is a fight the Taiwanese people know well. As President Tsai said last year at the forum, quote, "Taiwan bears the ultimate responsibility for her own defense," end of quote. The United States is committed to Taiwan's security, but there is no better guarantor of freedom than one's own people. You know, I often hear Taiwan analogized to Israel. Two tiny democracies fighting against overwhelming odds and succeeding in ways no one would have ever imagined. But there's another thing that Israel understands. America stands with her, but her first line of defense is her own people. The Israel Defense Forces are a tribute to Israeli persistence, innovation, strength, and confidence. Taiwan, too, needs a military that is strong, confident, a first line of defense against external threats. Now is not a time for complacency. Last year, giving this lecture, General H.R. McMaster quoted a famous Chinese philosopher, Mengzi, often called the second sage, after Confucius. I'm going to do him one better and quote the first sage. "To see the right and not to do it is cowardice." Together with other supporters of Taiwan, I know what is right. America must stand with our friends, our allies, the forces of freedom. Not to do so is indeed cowardice. Thank you.
Ambassador Kraft, thank you very much for your powerful and very supportive speech. It is indeed encouraging and inspiring. A couple of hundred people are watching your speech, and I believe thousands are receiving your message. The CCP's intent to compare Taiwan to Afghanistan after the recent incident is not only misleading, but also malicious. President Tsai responded that Taiwan should take action on our own and not just rely on others to protect the country. Our only option is to make ourselves stronger, more united, and more determined to defend ourselves. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the United States government for the rock-solid support and the sacrosanct commitments as made by the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. As a reliable ally, Taiwan will continue to enhance its self-defense capabilities like Israel and to make contributions as a force for good. Now, I would like to ask Ambassador Kraft some questions, if you like. We have urged the United Nations to rectify its systematic discrimination against Taiwan for a long time, and we will continue campaigning for our inclusion in the United Nations and its specialized agencies. As a seasoned diplomat formerly dealing with the United Nations affairs, Ambassador Kraft, can you suggest how Taiwan participate in the United Nations and its affiliated bodies in a more meaningful and resilient way.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Minister, and thank you everyone for having me. And as you know, I have a very special bond with Taiwan. And while Taiwan may feel as if it is on the peripheral, I am here this evening, this morning for you, to tell you that you are at the center. So the ways that I see from being inside the UN, as everyone knows, 4 out of 15 of the UN agencies is led by the Chinese, and that's very troubling. Especially two of the agencies that I discussed in my speech, being the Aviation Society and also the World Health Organization. You know, while Taiwan was very busy helping the rest of the world to understand how this virus was spread from person to person, China instead was using the WHO as a mouthpiece in order to spread their malicious lies, in order to cover up for actually what was happening. And when I think about this, I think about how important global health is now going to be moving forward. And there is a definite place for Taiwan to continue their scientific research, to continue speaking as a mouthpiece, an honest, transparent mouthpiece, not necessarily through the WHO or the WHA, as we know that China has been blocking, but to be able to speak through other non-UN organizations. The world knows that thanks to Taiwan, we now understand the severity of the spread of this virus and how important that is. So therefore, this is something that is on the minds of everyone in the world. And Taiwan needs to utilize that moment and continue their research and their good governance and their transparency, because this is not the last pandemic that this world will see. And if you notice with the United Nations Human Rights Council, let me just say, we left the Human Rights Council because why would the United States want to be part of a council whose very members, including China and Russia, are the ones who are committing the atrocities? If you look at China with the Uyghurs, you look at Venezuela, you look at Maduro and the way he treats his people, why would we want to be part of an organization that is deeply flawed? And it just seems to me, 75 years ago, this past year, the UN was founded, and we were founded upon a charter that upholds international security and peace throughout the world. But it seems to me that the UN is more focused today on the weather instead of the Uyghurs. And I think this is where Taiwan and where the US and other like-minded countries could come in and really talk about the importance of what Taiwan has added to the health and security, the public health and security of everyone in the world. Because Taiwan knows no boundaries with its knowledge. And you can't say that about China.
Exactly. Thank you. Thank you very much. The next question I would like to ask is the resurgence of the Quad is a striking example that a trans-Pacific alliance of like-minded democracies gradually taking shape. And what is your assessment of the Quad's prospect or limitation? Is there a possibility for its engagement? And how can Taiwan participate in the Quad Plus activities in the future?
You know, I was very proud to represent two presidents, one of which, George W. Bush, who initiated the Quad in 2007, and then you fast forward to representing the Trump administration, where President Trump saw the resurgence of the Quad in 2019. And why the importance of the Quad in 2019? The common concern with the countries in the Quad, China, if you look at these countries and their concern about the military buildup of China and their maligned behavior in the area, you look at Australia, who are now at an all-time low relationship with China. If you look at Japan, whom has every reason to be very concerned with the military buildup and with the global supply chain. I mean, if you look at this country, if you look at Japan and you think about where Taiwan is situated, where you have the East China Sea, the South China Sea, South Asia, the Taiwan Strait, it is imperative that Taiwan and China work very closely together. It's also important that we kind of sit back and we take a look and be the gods of patience for a moment to see how this plays out with India, especially now with the U.S. leaving Afghanistan and with China having their relationship with the Taliban, their relationship with Pakistan. I think we're going to see India, who understands the importance of having that global supply chain, having that supply chain with then the Quad +1 being Taiwan. I mean, we have to hope that Taiwan will participate with Japan in naval exercises. That's vitally important. And that, you know, the southbound policy by Taiwan has been excellent. So we need to really focus on having these relationships, whether it is bilateral relationships with members of the Quad or trilaterals. We have to strengthen what we already are working on, and that is how do we change the trajectory from being dependent upon China? Well, there's no better country, no better island that understands that best than Taiwan, than your President Tsai. The fact that she stands for democracy, for good governance, for sound knowledge, this is what is an added benefit to the Quad, because we have not had that up close and personal relationship with China like you have. You understand the importance of us changing the trajectory of the global supply chain, making certain that we strengthen our military exercises from within, making certain that we encourage Japan to be outspoken with Taiwan, about Taiwan and the other countries, making certain that we encourage Taiwan to keep the engagement with the clean network. That is vitally important, because that's really what got underneath China. They got under their skin with Australia, with India, with Japan. And I can tell you that the US, the Trump administration and the Biden administration both are going to make certain that at every moment possible that we highlight the goodness, the intelligence, the added value that Taiwan has in the area. Because if we lose Taiwan, and I cannot reiterate this enough, if we lose Taiwan, the US loses Taiwan, the world loses an opportunity to have safety and security in the Pacific. And if I can just go back for a moment on the first question, you know, I want to highlight something that Germany and the UK worked on along with the US, but I have to give all the credit to Germany and the UK, because the third committee in the General Assembly, we were able to have 39 member states sign on in agreement with us on the fact that China and their human rights abuses. And these countries were having infrastructure projects removed from China because China felt it such a threat that they signed on with the third committee. So this is something that Taiwan needs to take as a positive, that these member states were going without, and we're going without their infrastructure. And we know, Taiwan knows, the US knows, that that is nothing but predatory actions. They're nothing but scavengers, and they only take advantage of these states. Well, 39 of them recognize that. 39 of them recognize the human rights abuses. 39 of them recognize that the US stands firm with democracy. And Taiwan is one of those shining stars of good governance and democracy by your President Tsai. So thank you for letting me go back to discuss that one more time.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Ambassador. The third question, if I may, I do agree that is cowardice to see what is right and not to do it. Benjamin Franklin said, I quote, "They who can give up essential liberty to obtain a little temporary safety deserve neither liberty nor safety," unquote. What Taiwan safeguards is more than our homeland security, but our shared commitment and values of democracy, freedom, and human rights. How can Taiwan enhance cooperation with democratic partners in safeguarding our beliefs and counter authoritarianism?
You know, that's an excellent question. And you know, I can quote Reagan in saying that freedom is one generation from extinction. And I think you understand this. And I think your country understands this. President Tsai has stressed to this generation that were born Taiwanese, that know nothing other than the freedom that has been promoted and that has been grounded by you and your leadership and your government. And I think the way that we can enhance further, because as you know, the United States stands very firm with Taiwan, and especially with our Taiwan Relations Act of 1979. We had $19 billion in sales, military sales, defense sales during the Trump administration. And I am certain that the Biden administration will continue to make certain that your military is built up. And we have to remember that the enhanced economic prosperity dialogue, including all of the clean network, all of our 5G, we have to work very close together on that, because we know that all of the countries that are engaged have one common fear, and that is China. So we have to work together, and that is where Taiwan, being the most brilliant semiconductor country, this is where we can focus on the fact that Taiwan has something that not only everyone in the world needs, and we all know this because of COVID and having to work from our home office, but we need it in a very safe and secure environment, because each of us would be touched by our national security if China were to have any part of making a semiconductor. So this is why we have to form partnerships with Taiwan. We have, through our USMCA in negotiating, you know the importance of EVs in the United States in the next couple years. We have to really focus on our semiconductor relationship with Taiwan and bringing the company, TSMC, to the United States. I mean, there are so many opportunities that, you know, with Taiwan, especially with their removal of the barriers of the agriculture products. I mean, I'm from my home state of Kentucky, and I know the importance that Taiwan has with Kentucky in our trade relationship. And I am very proud to be able to further enhance that relationship in our agricultural farm business community. And, you know, as you mentioned earlier, my husband and I founded the Craft Academy. And I am so particularly interested in, you have the best and the brightest students. And the reason I know this is because we have sent one of our Craft Academy students on a Fulbright scholarship to Taiwan. And she chose Taiwan because she felt as if your university had the best and the brightest of professors and students that she could work alongside. So I think if we focus on a real engagement in our educational opportunities, not only to trade the best and the brightest, but to also, from the United States standpoint and from the Craft Academy, to make sure that our students understand how firm my generation, their generation, is going to be standing with Taiwan. And that is why they need to know the history. They need to meet the youth of Taiwan and understand they are Taiwanese and that they stand firm with President Tsai.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Kraft. You mentioned just now the new southbound policy of Taiwan. Actually, we have implemented the new southbound policy quite a number of years. The new southbound policy covers 18 countries in the areas. And we focus on the talent, students, and the trade, and the share values, and the supply chain, that kind of things. For the past couple of years, I think New Southbound policy is doing a great job. But I would like to connect the New Southbound policy with the Quad and with the United States and the Indo-Pacific strategy or vision, whatever you want to call it. So, do you have any suggestion what Taiwan can do to cooperate in a wide range of areas? Is there any specific areas that two countries, Taiwan and the United States, and maybe the New Southbound countries, the 18 countries, can enhance cooperations for the years to come?
Yes, and that is an excellent point and an excellent question. And I think that is something that we need to think about. We need to think about our Abraham Accords with Israel, engaging Taiwan with Israel. We need to think about the fact that if you look at the EU and how they have taken excuse me, sorry. This just fell out. They have taken a step back from their trade with China. Why is this? Because they too see the behavior of China. They too see their predatory actions. And you know what, most importantly, they see their human rights abuses. And this is an opportunity for Taiwan to engage in conversation with the EU member states. And I, although am not in the same position, the title means nothing. I will continue to speak with the different EU member states. I mean, there are 15 countries that recognize Taiwan. We need to recognize them. I will say to you that the first area that I visited as the U.S. UN ambassador were the island countries. And they told me the importance of them being recognized, especially with Palau. I had such a nice relationship that I continued through 2007 to 2019. And it's really important that not only that they recognize you, but that other countries that you have trade relations with, and including ourselves, that we recognize those 15 countries because they deserve to be so, because I know the sacrifice that they make in being a partner with Taiwan. So we need to encourage other countries, which is something that I will do, to be able to recognize countries that take that step. We need to recognize Germany, because Germany is very good with the semiconductors. There are so many opportunities with the EU. There are so many opportunities with Israel, with the Middle East countries. I mean, Taiwan has the best and the brightest that any country that I know has to offer. And I know I compare them with Israel, but they are. They are the smartest, most innovative, freedom-seeking, freedom-loving country, and we need to build upon that. And I would love nothing more than to see Taiwan have really good ties with Israel and to be able to join part of this Abraham Accord and then open up other ties throughout the Middle East. But I can say that with all of my conversations with the different EU countries as being part of that at the UN, Taiwan was always held in the utmost respect. Because, they also understand the importance. Not to do the right thing is cowardice. And I think that is a universal language, because doing the right thing is the only way. And that is why Taiwan has been successful. And that is why the UN, if you see how that is, they have taken a step back from their original 75 years. That is why they no longer really promote what is the right thing to do. And that is promoting human rights. That is promoting countries that are added value to the world, which is what Taiwan has done with COVID. You have saved millions of lives throughout the world. And I am forever indebted, and I can tell you that you are not the peripheral. You have been in the center fighting this. And this is an area that we really need to shine the light on Taiwan.
Well, thank you very, very much, Ambassador Croft. It's such delightful conversation with you. And like I said in the beginning, you are always welcome to Taiwan. I think we'll open up our arms to welcome you to visit Taiwan. And along with me, I think there are so many Taiwanese and viewers. I think they are equally happy to see you here. So once again,
So may I tell you that because it was 9:45 p.m. in Kentucky, so this is what I have had for my snacks this evening, if you can see. So compliments of your wonderful ambassador in Washington, Sal, and also my sweet bear travels with me. There we go. Absolutely.
There you go.
Travels with me everywhere I go. So
okay.
She has been with Abraham Lincoln just recently in LaRue County, which is where Abraham Lincoln's birthplace, and I take her, and she is a proud addition to our family. And she's going to also be meeting the new Afghan refugees that will be moving into Kentucky. So I'm excited for the young children to meet her.
Wonderful. That's a vision 1. This is a vision 2. I can assure you,
Absolutely.
when you come to Taiwan, you will be bombarded with all these black bears. Once again, thank you very much, and good night. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and it's a very personal moment for me, and thank you for allowing me just a sneak peek and to stand in your light this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Good night. Good night.
Okay, wow, that was a lovely picture. We see that. Many thanks to Ambassador Kelly Craft for the inspiring dialogue with us, and also responses to questions from Deputy Minister. And also thanks to Deputy Minister Tian Zhongguang for moderating this session. Now we would like to take a short break. The next session, panel discussion 1, will begin at 10:20. Please be back earlier so we can promptly start the next session. Thank you very much. Welcome back to Katagalan Forum 2021 Asia Pacific Security Dialogue. Now we'll proceed to the panel discussion 1, Taiwan Strait Contingency and the Challenge to the Indo-Pacific Liberal Order. We would like to invite the moderator, Deputy Secretary General of National Security Council, Republic of China, HYUN. Please welcome.
Thank you. Welcome you all to this session. I'm very honored to be able to host this panel. Today we have 4 distinguished panelists. Let me briefly introduce them. First, Mr. Randall SCHRIVER. I believe many of you knows him very well. He is currently the chairman of Project 2049 Institute, and he was the previous Assistant Secretary for Indo-Pacific Security Affairs of the Department of Defense from January 2018 to December 2019. The last time I believe I met with him was when he gave a talk in INDSR in Taipei in February 2020. So welcome, Randy. Second is Ms. MAKISHIMA Karen. Ms. MAKISHIMA is a member of the House of Representatives of Japan, and she is also, for those who know Japanese politics, she is also the director of Youth Division of LDP, and I believe you understand how important that position is. She is also earned a PhD from the International Christian University, and also a professor. And last time, I believe I was with her was in 2018 when I accompanied her in my capacity of Deputy Foreign Minister to meet with President Tsai Ing-wen, and that was a very pleasant memory. Welcome, Ms. MAKISHIMA. The next is Mr. Richard Moe. Mr. Richard Moe right now is the Executive Director of Policy of Asia Society Policy Institute, the famous ASPI. And Mr. Moe was the Deputy Secretary of Indo-Pacific Group of Australian Department of Foreign Affairs. I believe I hosted a banquet for him in my capacity of Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs during his visit in Taiwan in October 2019. Welcome, Mr. Moe. Last but not the least, also a good friend of mine, Mr. Anthony Bondas. He is the research fellow and the director of the Taiwan program at the Foundation of Research in the France Research Institute. And I believe in 2019, we met twice, once in Paris, another time was in Taipei when I hosted his speech in the Institute of Diplomacy and International Affairs. So welcome you all. In the sequence that I introduced, you shall have 10 minutes each for your presentation. Afterwards, we shall have Q&A. So let's start with Mr. SCHRIVER, please.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary General. It's great to see you again, and thank you to friends at the Prospect Foundation and MOFA for organizing this discussion and for inviting me to participate. And thank you also for putting me on a virtual panel with such distinguished colleagues. I very much am honored to join them and look forward to their remarks and learning from them. In 10 minutes, I want to try to make 6 quick points. And I want to start in a place we don't usually start when we talk about the Taiwan Strait, but I think given recent events, it's important to give brief mention to Afghanistan, because there are some claims being made. Our CCP and Chinese friends are giving warnings to Taiwan that they'll be abandoned and treated like the Afghan central government in Kabul was when we announced our evacuation and rapidly pulled out. Our friends in the Biden administration are saying things like, actually, once we get through this immediate operation and some of the difficulties, we'll have more troops, we'll have more time and attention, we'll have more money to spend on the Indo-Pacific in competition with China. And I just want to warn or at least express caution on both those fronts. I think for the Chinese, obviously, they are messaging in this way because it serves their broader information operations campaign to try to win without fighting, try to break the will of Taiwan and create the belief that Taiwan will be independent. But it's quite interesting that the Chicago Council on Global Affairs just released a poll now that 52% of Americans say that we should defend Taiwan if attacked by China, if China attempts to invade. That's the highest of all time, and it's the first time it's over 50% of the American population in this particular poll. Polling was in July, maybe didn't coincide exactly with these events in Afghanistan. But I think it speaks to a growing awareness of Taiwan's importance, irrespective of what's unfolding in Afghanistan and what has unfolded. In fact, the last plane left at 3:29 today, the last C-17. So I would encourage our Taiwan friends to understand that despite our difficulties in departing Afghanistan, there is strong commitment to Taiwan that remains. But I would also be wary of some of the other promises. You know, we had less than a brigade of troops in Afghanistan. So this notion of redistributing a lot of military might is probably inaccurate. The time and attention issue remains to be seen. Certainly with the reemergence of ISIS-K and potentially Al-Qaeda, time and attention may be devoted in a different way to Afghanistan, but it certainly won't completely depart. And even resources, you know, we had difficulty sometimes coming up with the true cost of war in Afghanistan because you pay soldiers no matter where they're deployed, you provide them equipment, they train. Certainly the $5 billion that we were providing to the Afghan National Security Forces, given the Taliban takeover, will be savings realized. But beyond that, I think we should have modest expectations in terms of what can actually be reinvested in the Indo-Pacific. So I think the message here is, for the short term, certainly we're bogged down and diverted. For the longer term, I'm still very bullish on the U.S. relationship with Taiwan, America's commitment to Taiwan's defense, and to the greater competition with China to secure a free and open Indo-Pacific. Much more could be said about Afghanistan, but really we want to talk about the Indo-Pacific region this evening. So point number two, our competition with China is about the free and open order in the Indo-Pacific. China does seek to undermine that free and liberal order and create a regional architecture that is more accommodating to its authoritarian model, and that will have a region and countries resident in the region more deferential to Chinese interests in a variety of ways. We see this in documents, speeches. It's something that my institute documents a great deal. But this particular panel is talking about a contingency, so I would add to point number two, not only is this the objective they seek, they are building a military that is growing in capabilities, and it's growing in capabilities more and more quickly, with a specific aim of exerting influence and exerting the ability to change that regional architecture and bend it more in their favor. We have a very bad history in the United States in our analytical community predicting how fast the PLA will modernize and when they'll reach milestones we've underestimated at most junctures. But at this point, we can certainly see that their investments are paying off, and they are able to at least intimidate and coerce Taiwan with greater frequency and regularity. We certainly see that in the fighter flights crossing the center line with greater frequency and greater numbers, with the bomber flights that circumvent the island. But another cautionary note, I would be wary of timelines. We've heard 6 years, we've heard maybe somewhere out closer to 2049. This is a dynamic environment that we can impact and we can affect. And there are still some very long poles in the tent for the PLA. I think strategic lift remains a huge problem for them. It remains axiomatic. You have to have soldiers with rifles and bayonets to take and hold ground and exert your will over an otherwise unwilling population. And they just don't have the lift at this point and the confidence they could get the necessary people across the Taiwan Strait. And add to that, This is a military that hasn't seen combat since 1979, meaning that no one in the PLA at the operational level has experienced any combat. And they don't train in highly complex environments yet. They're improving, but they're not there yet. So to think that they could pull this off in 5 or 6 years, I'm a bit skeptical. But I think we should have some sense of urgency. Point number 3, I think Taiwan is getting more serious about competing and its deterrence capabilities in a variety of ways. I think President Tsai has set a very good tone. She's commented on the situation in Afghanistan and noted that she has confidence in the U.S. as a partner, but also understands that Taiwan is first and foremost responsible for its own defense, not to be outsourced to anyone else. And I do believe the concepts laid out in the overall defense concept are appropriate and correct for the defense of Taiwan and strengthening its deterrence. So the acquisition strategy, the training, the doctrine that will follow, I think Taiwan is on a good path. Perhaps a more robust effort in terms of the timeline is warranted, but I think, again, Taiwan is on a good path and is getting more serious about competition. Point number 4, the U.S. is getting more serious. I mentioned the Chicago Council poll. American support for Taiwan is strong. But within the Defense Department, our whole national defense strategy in the last administration, which has largely been adopted by the Biden administration, reorients the entire defense enterprise to competing more effectively with China. And much of that involves relooking our efforts to strengthen deterrence in the Taiwan Strait. There are plenty of things involved in that I can't go into detail on, but I would leave you with an impression. I do believe we are more serious about fighting in realistic ways, fighting the China that we would have, not the one we wish we had, and dealing with all their growing capabilities in a potential Taiwan contingency. And that's not because we're looking for a fight, but because we want a strong deterrent capability so we can avoid the fight. And I do think we're on a better track there. Point number 5, I won't go into great detail on, but I do think our friends and allies and partners are getting more serious about a Taiwan contingency and about the threat to the free and open order. I wouldn't presume to speak for anyone on this panel because I think you'll address the perspective from your respective countries. But my time as Assistant Secretary, I certainly spent time with representatives of each of the countries on this call, and the greater depths that we went into on Taiwan, on the Indo-Pacific, it was truly encouraging, and continue to see that showing up in public. Prime Minister Suga's joint statement with President Biden, I see that from other leaders, and I'm just encouraged and look forward to the remarks of my colleagues on that. The final point, the stakes are high and they're growing, and I like the title of this panel, a Taiwan contingency and the implications for the free and open order or the liberal order, because the United States is serious about this, not because we have an affinity for Taiwan, although we do. That same Chicago Council poll revealed that Americans have never felt greater affinity or warmth. They call it a warmth meter or temperature meter. That's at an all-time high. It's not because we have an important trade relationship, although we do. Taiwan is our 10th largest trading partner, 10th or 11th, depending on the year, which counts. Number 10 counts, even though it's a small country of 23 million people. The trade volumes punch way above their weight. It's not even because of the reliance on semiconductors, although that's true. It's not because of our legal obligations, although the Taiwan relations language is quite strong in terms of what constitutes a grave threat to American interests. It is because Taiwan has become the modern-day Asia fold gap. It is the key to securing the free and open order in the Indo-Pacific. If you remember your Cold War history, Fulda Gap in Western Germany was the area which we absolutely had to hold. If we lost it, we would not be able to secure the freedom and safety of our allies in Western Europe. It was such key territory. If you pull out a map now, Taiwan holds that ground in the Indo-Pacific. It would be extraordinarily difficult to defend the Ryukyu Island chains, Miyako Straits, all those areas in southern Japan were Taiwan to be lost. It would be incredibly difficult to secure the free navigation through the South China Sea if Taiwan was a base of operation for the PLA in addition to these military outposts they've constructed, it'd be very difficult to look at the second island chain and out to Oceania, where we all have interest, but particularly our French allies who have holdings in the South Pacific and have a great interest there. These challenges would be extraordinarily difficult, if not impossible, to secure our interests with the loss of Taiwan. So it is for that reason, for the protection of the free and open order, that Taiwan's security is important to all of us and why we are getting more serious about strengthening deterrence. Much more to be said, but I see I've gone a little bit over and look forward to the discussion so we can go into greater depth.
Oh, great. Thank you, Randy, for your very lucid presentation. Next, we welcome Representative Makishima. Please.
Thank you very much for organizing Katagalan Forum 2021 Asia-Pacific Security Dialogue. I'm Karen Makishima, member of the House of Representatives, Japan. Today, I'm attending this event as Director of Youth Division of Liberal Democratic Party of Japan. And this is my second opportunity to attend this event, and it is a great honor to be part of this forum. First of all, I would like to talk about the history of the LDP, Liberal Democratic Party Youth Division, and Taiwan. In 1967, when President Chiang Ching-kuo visited Japan as the chief of China Youth Corps, he suggested exchanges between young generations, and since then, LDP Youth Division has been the counterpart of Taiwan. Around the country, local lawmakers and civilians under the age of 45 act as LDP Youth Division, and every year we visit Taiwan for training. I'm very sorry that we could not visit Taiwan this year because of COVID-19. In various countries, we respond to COVID-19, but Taiwan's movements have also attracted attention in Japan. Your high-risk management capabilities are highly regarded. In Japan, many say that it is strange that Taiwan cannot participate in WHO, even though infectious diseases are bloodless issues. We are also grateful for the donation of medical masks and protective clothing. I feel the friendship of Taiwan that always supports us in times of need, including natural disasters. We, as friends of Taiwan, feel the duty and responsibility to ship COVID-19 vaccines to Taiwan. We could see many friendly tweets on Twitter on this matter. The Taiwan Culture Center in Tokyo has hosted Thank You Japan Manga Expo, and I enjoyed seeing beautiful paintings by Taiwanese famous comic artists illustrating friendship of Taiwan and Japan. In this way, I think we can make occasions to deepen our friendship, even when we cannot travel each other. At All Japan Training Workshop of Youth Division Ambassador Shea Chan-tin joined our event and delivered the speech to participants all over Japan. He sent us the important message: peace is the status to keep the balance of power. The disruption of power gets unstable. Taiwan should cooperate with the United States and Japan that share the value of freedom and democracy to regain the balance and keep the stability. These strong words were delivered to our colleagues and friends. The United States is still a player in terms of Asia-Pacific security. A reduced U.S. commitment to Taiwan's security would accelerate China's growing relative power in the Taiwan Strait, potentially increasing the risk of armed conflicts. Therefore, we were so much relieved to see that they included a reference to Taiwan when Prime Minister Yoshihide Suga of Japan and the United States President Joe Biden issued a joint statement in April. It was the first time in 52 years that leaders of the two countries touched on the territorial issues in a joint statement. We underscore the importance of peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait and encourage the peaceful resolution of cross-strait issues, the statement said. I take this year's statement to be epoch-making. Since then, more Japanese have come to listen to the speeches and messages by Beijing carefully. And we observed well how they celebrated 100 years of the Chinese Communist Party. President Xi Jinping said, "No one should underestimate the great resolve, the strong will, and the extraordinary ability of the Chinese people to defend their national sovereignty and territorial integrity." It was a clear reference to the United States, and we Japanese do remember that he mentioned the reunification of Taiwan. Deputy Prime Minister Taro Aso has signaled that Tokyo would consider a Chinese invasion of Taiwan as an existential threat to its security, allowing Japan to help defend the self-ruled island with the United States. He said if a major incident happened over Taiwan, it's safe to say it will be related to a situation threatening the survival of Japan. If that is the case, Japan and the United States must defend Taiwan together. At a separate news conference the same day, Chief Cabinet Secretary Katsunobu Kato, the government's top spokesperson, refrained from directly commenting on Minister Aso's remarks, but he stressed the importance of a peaceful resolution to the issue. On the same day of the 100th anniversary, Japan and the United States carried out a surface-to-air drill on Amami Oshima, part of the Nansei Islands, roughly 850 kilometers from Taiwan. 40 members of the Ground Self-Defense Force and 30 U.S. Army soldiers gathered and showed the Allies' ability. The drill was intended to simulate defensive maneuvers against hostile aircraft and missiles. During the Cold War, when the Allies were focused on the Soviet threat, joint drills were operated in Hokkaido, the far north of Japan. But the Asia-Pacific security landscape has shifted, and the Allies need the ability to respond quickly to an invasion of Taiwan or Japan's Senkaku Islands. Commander of the U.S. Army Japan also said the Nansei Islands are vulnerable to hostile forces. It was important to show that the United States and Japan are ready to jointly defend the islands in an emergency. These were the pictures we had at the beginning of July 2021. Therefore, there were little surprise when Japan has, for the first time, referred to the importance of stability around Taiwan in its annual defense report last month. Stabilizing the situation surrounding Taiwan is important for Japan's security and the stability of the international community, the paper said. Defense Minister Nobuo Kishi said at the press conference when asked why Taiwan's stability was mentioned in the report, with military activities in the East and South China Seas and around Taiwan becoming more active, we need to pay more attention to the military trends of the two countries, United States and China, in the Indo-Pacific region. In this way, we feel the severe situation of Taiwan Strait and importance of allies among countries that share the same value. COVID-19 makes it difficult to meet physically, but I think we need to communicate and share information more often than before. Lastly, I'd like to express my gratitude to all of you for your arrangement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Makishima, for sharing with us your very clear view from Japan on the situation around Taiwan Strait and in the region. Next, let's welcome Mr. Mo. Mr. Richard Mo, time is yours, please.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Secretary General. My last visit to Taipei that you mentioned seems like an age ago now. So much has happened, but I remember it well. I was very grateful for your hospitality and very nice to see you again. The quality of our discussions left a lasting impression on me, but so too did the quality of the tea and the Taiwanese whiskey that I left with. And these are obviously two essential components of life. Thanks very much for the conveners of this forum and for the opportunity to speak and to appear with Randy and Karen and Antoine. I've got a couple of thoughts on contingencies from an Australian perspective. We're a very long way south, of course, but we are deeply engaged on the contest in the Indo-Pacific, as I'm sure you know. So a few thoughts about contingencies from an Australian perspective, and then a few thoughts about policy responses. And I think in Australia, there's definitely a refocus recently on the Taiwan Strait and about possible contingencies and the challenge that those contingencies will pose to rules-based order. There's a sense, I think, that we stand at the threshold of a potentially very dangerous tipping point, a point where the increased pressure that China is already bringing to bear on Taiwan could suddenly escalate and expand in ways that would pose very severe challenges, not just for Taiwan, of course, but for Taiwan's friends and partners. In saying that, I share personally Randy's caution about deadlines and about potentially overstating the risks of any kind of imminent full-blown military intervention. I don't personally see that as being imminent, and I think the potential costs and risks of that for China, for President Xi and for the party are still very significant. And to quote the analyst John Culver, it seems to me it's likely that for China, that kind of military intervention is still a risk to be avoided rather than being seen as an opportunity to be seized. But I do think there are some caveats to that. I'm really conscious that that calculation could shift later on, perhaps even later in this decade, as the balance of the power in the region, or at least Xi's perception of it, begins to change. And because of the opaqueness of the China system, it's really hard to know just how impatient Xi Jinping might be to force Taiwan under Chinese sovereignty in his political lifetime, or what price he might be prepared to pay for that. I think one thing we do know, and that's regardless, putting aside the scenario of a full-blown military intervention, we do know that China around the world is now significantly more willing to use coercive measures to achieve its objectives, and much less concerned about adverse international reaction to that. So I think the contingency that, or the contingencies that from an Australian perspective we're most focused on now is that the pressure that Taiwan is under right now could intensify, and that China's objective could shift very, very clearly and decisively from limiting Taiwan's diplomatic space and deterring moves towards independence, towards an attempt to actually force Taiwan to negotiate on terms for unification. And as I think everyone on this panel knows, and indeed I'm sure most of the audience knows, if they so choose, China has a range of measures that it could use: economic sanctions or trade suspensions, covert operations and co-option, limited use of military force, perhaps the occupation of a Taiwan-controlled island in the Strait or the South China Sea, stepping up even further cyber attacks, going after critical infrastructure, potentially even blockades of Taiwan's ports or attempts to close airspace. And so those kinds of actions would be really a huge, serious challenge, not just to stability, but to the rules-based order that we're talking about in this panel. And the democratic world will never, can never, in my view, accept such attempts to compel unification through force or coercion. So what could we do about it? Well, here's where I wanted to come to a couple of policy thoughts. Being a policymaker, I tend to ask, well, what then can we do? And like Randy, I've got 6 points here. There's a little bit of overlap in them. And in offering these 6 points, I'm conscious that there are deeper experts on this challenge than me here today. Firstly, Taipei must continue to prudently protect and advance Taiwan's legitimate international profile as the Tsai Ing-wen administration has been doing. And I think it's really noticeable that Taiwan's success in handling the COVID-19 crisis, for example, and its leadership on semiconductors are two areas that have earned dignity and respect for Taiwan on the international stage. Second is the point about Taiwan being able to demonstrate credibly its preparedness to effectively defend itself. Randy talked about this. Deterrence of forced unification has many layers, of course, but surely now more than ever it must begin with really visible evidence to Beijing that Taiwan has both the will and the capabilities to fight. And like Randy, I saw and read and noticed and took note of President Tsai's own strong call in recent days for Taiwan to act now, as she said, to lay a sound foundation for the security, freedom and democracy of Taiwan. I think there's a broader point here about strength and deterrence, and that is that investing in Taiwan's resilience as a nation, your domestic strength, continues to be really important to deterrence. And by that I mean the capacity and health of Taiwan's economy, the strength of your technological base, the strength of your institutions of state, and also the cohesiveness of your society. And then thirdly, looking beyond Taiwan, there's a task here, of course, for Taiwan's partners and friends, and that's to find where we can international space for Taiwan to strengthen our bilateral economic relations, and above all, to do what we can to deter Chinese military action, including by helping Taiwan defend itself. There's a narrow path to walk here. It would be counterproductive to stoke the paranoia that we already see in Beijing that Taiwan's partners, especially the United States, seeks themselves to change the status quo. And there are clear signs, I think, that the Biden administration understands that that's the narrow path it must walk. My fourth point is that I think the further internationalization of the Taiwan challenge will be really helpful. Both Randy and Karen touched on this. And so we need to demonstrate that China that maintaining the peaceful democratic system on Taiwan is not just a cross-strait issue, it is a global concern. So the first mention of Taiwan in a G7 statement is welcome. Taiwan's been discussed in the quadrilateral security dialogue, which is good. And as Karen said, Japan, in a very striking way, has made it clear in recent weeks how much its own security rests on peace across the Taiwan Strait. My fifth point is that while the US doctrine of strategic ambiguity avoids pinning Washington to any one specific response in a crisis, that flexibility doesn't have to come at the expense of deterrence. And Washington and Taiwan's other partners must continue to do what they can to impress on China's leadership the folly of underestimating collective will to respond to military action against Taiwan. We need to keep telling China that more coercive pressure on Taiwan will come with rising costs for Beijing, including the hardening of the coalition we already see coming together now to balance China's power in the Indo-Pacific. And moreover, that any attempt to take Taiwan by force would be a shock to the global system like we've not seen for decades. and that Beijing should not expect, could not hope that the world would ultimately acquiesce to that. And we must keep underlining how damaged China would be morally, economically, politically, and strategically by such action. And then my last point goes to those kind of grey zone, step up in grey zone action that I mentioned. We need to think harder about how we can respond to that. There are signs that the United States and its partners are doing that. Clearly, they're doing it quietly for all the obvious reasons. But some of those scenarios pose really difficult challenges about how best to respond, both for Taiwan and Taiwan's partners. So they do need to be thought through. And the challenge is to find responses, effective responses that don't raise escalatory risks. As a starting principle, any intensification of coercive measures against Taiwan should not come cost-free to Beijing. So I'll leave my comments there and look forward to the rest of the discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Mo. I particularly appreciate that you give very specific policy recommendations, and each and every one of them worth further discussion. With that, let's welcome the fourth panelist, Mr. Bondas. Bondas, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary General, and it's an honor to meet you all again for this Katagalan Forum 2021 edition. And it's a great pleasure to be among friends, especially with friends from Prospect Foundation, MOFA, as well as the US, Japan, and Australia. And like last year, I will do my best to present you with a European perspective in this panel. Last year, actually, I pointed out that there was an awakening in Europe on the importance of Taiwan, and an awakening in Taiwan on the importance of Europe. And I was not mistaken. This double dynamic is now perfectly clear and is even accelerating. And this is an excellent thing. I will briefly present 3 examples that illustrate actually that trend. First one is that in 1 year, Taiwan's diplomatic network has added 2 posts in Europe, one in Aix-en-Provence in France, and soon in Vilnius in Lithuania. And far from being isolated, the island is more than ever connected to the world, partly thanks to your excellent diplomats based in Europe. And I want to congratulate and thank all of these diplomats who defend the interests of every Taiwanese abroad. The channels of communication with Europe are now multiple. And the launch of a Taiwan program within my foundation, the first research program dedicated actually to Taiwan security and diplomacy in Europe, is a striking example. The expansion of Taiwan's diplomatic network in Europe has, as you know, angered Beijing. And the Global Times recently called for Lithuania to be punished and to be made to pay the price. And economic sanctions are beginning to target the country. However, Europeans have stood together. And a few days ago, 13 Foreign Affairs Committee chairmen from 11 European countries gave their support to Lithuania. Developing ties with the Taiwanese people is our most fundamental right. And in the face of sanctions, it's very important that the EU member states and all the Europeans implement a so-called sponge strategy to collectively absorb the costs of these sanctions and make them unnecessary. And we must fight China's economic coercion through EU solidarity, European solidarity, much more than escalation. Second, the European Parliament is increasingly active on Taiwan. A January 2021 resolution on EU's foreign and security policy has, for the first time, an entire paragraph on Taiwan. The Parliament also held a hearing in February 2021, whose main topic was tensions in the Taiwan Strait. And above all, the Parliament presented last spring a draft of a recommendation that the Union should sign a comprehensive and enhanced partnership with Taiwan, start negotiation on a bilateral investment agreement, and change the name of the current European Economic and Trade Office in Taiwan into the European Union Office in Taipei in order to reflect the broader scope of our ties. Thirdly, in France, the evolution is also considerable. I often criticized over the last few years the so-called invisibilization of Taiwan in official documents. However, as a member of the G7, France signed a declaration in June 2021 calling for peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. The next day, the EU and the US made the same statement. Most importantly, France is beginning to address the issue on a bilateral basis. And yesterday, for the very first time in a bilateral meeting, in this case, the 2+2 France-Australia Defense and Foreign Affairs Minister meeting, the Taiwan Strait was mentioned. This is a very important development. Meanwhile, the French Senate unanimously voted for a resolution calling for Taiwan's integration into international organization when its statutes allows it. And my personal experience in defending the right of French senators to go to a parliamentary visit to Taiwan, as they do every year, earned me public insults from the Chinese embassy and led to the Chinese ambassador to be summoned by the Ministry of Europe and Foreign Affairs in Paris. As a result of these three trends, we have never spoken so publicly about Taiwan in Europe and in France. A year ago, I explained to you that this was an indispensable initial objective to start talking about Taiwan. And we have achieved it, de facto. This is an excellent thing, and it's obviously not enough. Talking about Taiwan is one thing, but we must go further and make the Europeans aware of the need to do more, and especially to do more in maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait. Europeans are actually increasingly aware of their interest in the Indo-Pacific. This is not the subject of this panel, of course, but France has presented its own Indo-Pacific strategy as early as 2018. Germany and the Netherlands did so in 2020, and the European Union will, in actually 2 weeks, present its own. Yet there is a huge discrepancy still between the demonstrated European interest in the Indo-Pacific and Europe's readiness to think about what its role would be in a crisis scenarios. There is a urgent need to address this deficit if Europe is not only to defend its interests, but also participate in preventing a conflict in the Taiwan Strait from happening. To be clear, conflict scenarios are not limited to the widespread caricature in Europe of a massive Chinese invasion of Taiwan. Despite this, most Europeans have yet to fully realize that a unilateral change of the status quo by force would have far-reaching consequences not limited to the Taiwan Strait, and that Europe could not stay idle without incurring serious cost. Far from remaining local and limited to China and Taiwan, any conflict would be much more global in scale. It would involve at least the US and potentially Japan, as well as other US treaty allies in the region, all countries that are actually essential and economic and security partners for Europe. And while the NATO treaty does not cover the Indo-Pacific region, European solidarity would be tested if China were to threaten the US mainland. In the event of such a contingency, Europe would be neither without a role nor without leverage to defend its interest. European countries could support friends and allies politically, including at the Security Council, as well as militarily by sharing intelligence or so-called backfilling the US military presence if needed, for instance, in the Middle East, and possibly through NATO. European countries and the EU could also impose political and economic costs on China and apply pressure on China within international organizations. Yet, as European policymakers prepare for responding to and intervening in such conflict scenarios, they must understand that they have an even bigger role to play in preventing them from happening in the first place. In close coordination with partners in the Indo-Pacific, European governments and the EU should adopt a visible and credible strategy to deter China by convincing China that any unilateral change of the status quo by force would be too risky and too costly. Such a strategy should be based on several short-term, consensus-based and multi-level initiatives. First, Europe should keep strengthening its declaratory diplomacy and better signal its interests and resolve to China. Europeans should take every opportunity to clearly and publicly state that they are strongly opposed to any unilateral change of the status quo by force and would not stand by in the event of a conflict. Second, Europeans must resist both China's diplomatic pressure and its desire to impose its narrative. Parliamentary exchanges must not only continue, they should be expanded to include, for example, a joint parliamentary delegation of the European Parliament as well as national parliaments, including the UK. This would send a huge message of unity and firmness, while also raising awareness among European constituencies of Taiwan-related issues. Third, Europeans should begin preparing contingency plan for conflict scenarios now, given the slowness of crisis response, discussion, and decision-making process at the European level. This coordination effort should include Europe's partner in the Indo-Pacific, including the Americans, the Japanese, the Australians, as well as civil society groups in Europe and in Taiwan to facilitate and multiply interaction between them. The role of think tank, of course, in this context is crucial to creating spaces for discussion and exchanges. Europe has belatedly begun to realize that the Indo-Pacific centrality to the global stage and the decisive importance of Taiwan. But to be a credible actor there, we need to do more, and the Europeans must prepare for a conflict contingency involving Taiwan, as this is the best hope actually to help in preventing it from occurring. So thank you all. I can stop before stopping, of course, to show off as well as the ambassador, the Taiwanese black bear that we all have. And since I'm actually right now in Paris, I wanted to congratulate the Taiwanese athletes at the Tokyo Olympics, and especially the 12 medals they got. And we are really looking forward to host all the Taiwanese athletes in Paris in 3 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bondas. Very encouraging messages from you. And thank you also for laying out your vision on what Europe should do to prevent the Taiwan contingency from happening. And the following, let's make the best use of the time for our discussion. So first of all, let me read out some of the questions that we have collected from our website. First of all, from Mr. Roland Frodenstein, the policy director of the Martens Center in Brussels, and from October, the Vice President of GlobeSec. The question reads, if our common struggle against the CCP is about defending freedom and the liberal democracy, then to what extent can the West cooperate with authoritarian governments that also jostle with China and its allies, such as Vietnam, Saudi Arabia, UAE, etc.? Isn't there a contradiction in Western policy? I think it's a serious dilemma, and I'm asking this question not for the sake of problems, not for the sake of polemics. So, any one of you would like to respond to that serious dilemma?
I'll have a crack if you like, and then
Please.
The other panelists can come in and correct me. Look, a couple of thoughts on that. One is that it's nearly, as a practitioner, I can tell you it's nearly impossible to run foreign policy in a complex world without accumulating the odd contradiction or two. So, all countries' foreign policies have contradictions embedded in them, and I think this is a contradiction that, at least to some extent, we are going to have to live in. My own personal view is that it's become increasingly important for countries like Australia and America and Japan and the EU, the countries in the EU and India, to make it clear the values that we believe in and to act and to support democracy. I think we're in that kind of world. And clearly, that's President Biden's ambition, that we will stand up for the system that we believe is best. And that has to be a significant part of our foreign policy. But we can't push that so far that it excludes cooperation with countries that are not like us. That would be self-defeating. So we do have to find ways to work with Vietnam, for example, even though it too is a one-party country. And that's just going to be part of the world we live in. We can still, in working with Vietnam, we can still, as the US Vice President did recently, talk to them about their own human rights record and the things that we have concerns about, the way they run their system. And then the last point I'd make is that I think it's wrong to try and imply that a country like Vietnam is the same as China, right? It's just a totally different situation. Vietnam is not trying to impose its will on the Indo-Pacific. Vietnam is not trying to create a regional order in which countries must defer to its interests or authority. So let's not think for a moment that the comparison is an apt one.
Thank you very, very much, Mr. Mo. I used to be a scholar, doing research for decades, and now I'm in the policy position, and I came to the understanding that the real world is much more complicated than what the textbook tells us. So if you allow me, let me go to the next question. This question comes from Mr. Huang Yanyin, who is associate researcher of Mainland Affairs Council in Taiwan. And the question reads, to American panelists, maybe Randall, the Biden administration has reviewed its China policy in terms of defense and trade, but they didn't publish or share it with ally country. How do you see this? Can you please portray the policy review? Thank you.
I think it was important for the Biden administration to come in and do a review of a particular kind, which really was to have a good accounting for what had transpired the previous 4 years in the Trump administration and to really understand what status quo ante was for them. A lot of these people served in the Obama administration, but it's a very different China, even just 4 years later, and it's a very different U.S.-China relationship. I know the review at the Pentagon, led by my good friend Eli Ratner, was mostly just that, an accounting for where the defense enterprise had moved to in its implementation of the National Defense Strategy, understanding the various initiatives. It was less a review about let's overhaul and change policy and let's inject an inflection point here and turn things in a different direction. So there are different types of reviews, I guess, when you're on the practitioner side. I'll join Richard on that front. This one was mostly just to get a sort of baselining and an understanding of status quo ante. And you'll notice they really haven't changed a great deal of policy, particularly on the defense side. Now, there may be some other issues going on here. I've heard very little from the Biden administration on trade with respect to any country. Trade is a very difficult issue for this administration, given the domestic politics here in the United States. Very difficult for a Democrat president and two houses of the Congress controlled by Democrats, and a lot of controversy over previous trade liberalization efforts. So they're just not saying much on trade at all. So I think it's a mix of things. I do hope that the consultations with allies and partners is ultimately strengthened. I think there is a broad understanding in the Biden administration that for us to be successful in our competition with China, it can't be us in the boat rowing alone. We need to have like-minded partners who not only see the strategic landscape and the challenges the same way, but are committed to policies and particular collaboration that will raise all our games and help us all be optimally positioned for competition. We can't do it alone and shouldn't endeavor to do so. So I think to the extent friends and allies have questions about these reviews, have questions about the direction of policy, I do hope there's better transparency and better dialogue.
Great, thank you. Can we have the next question? This question comes from Gary Sands, a senior analyst at Wikistrat. The question reads, over the next decade, what are the chances of China's PLA attempting to take control of the Dongsha Islands as a salami slice test of Taiwanese and Western resolve? I don't know which one of you would like to take this question. Yes, Randy, please.
I guess on the panel here, I have most recent experience in a defense ministry. Look, I think they likely will have the capability to seize an offshore island. They may have it already, particularly given that Taiwan has placed less emphasis on fortifying the offshore islands over the last few years. It would be, comparatively speaking, a much easier operation than trying to seize the Penghu Islands or the main island of Taiwan. But I do believe it would, even if successful, would represent a tactical victory, but a strategic blunder. Surely there'd be international backlash. Surely they would have to face cost imposition of a variety of sorts. And what would they gain in terms of proximity to their ultimate goal of unifying Taiwan with China? I don't think they gain much. They don't gain much militarily. This issue of hearts and minds, which is probably already a lost deal for the Chinese, certainly that would drive them further into the hole for them. I think the resolve of other countries in the region, seeing that China's ambitions were growing and that their willingness to use the military to acquire territory would only strengthen the resolve of other countries. So I would see it as a tactical victory and a strategic blunder. And I can't speak to whether or not Zhong Nunhai and the senior CCP leaders share that view, but I think if you sort of go through the costs and benefits, one would likely come to that conclusion that there's not a lot to be gained for the Chinese.
Okay, thank you. I think this question not only touched upon the scenario over Dongsha Island, but also all the off islands around Taiwan. And I think we understand that the water territories is adjacent to Japan's territories, especially Japan's off-island. And understand in recent months, Japan has made a lot of moves in deploying more capability in the southwestern islands. So I wonder if Representative Makishima can also share with us your observation on that question.
Thank you very much. First of all, I think I should mention the uniqueness of self-defense force of Japan. When they do operate some kind of a defensive strategy actions or to cooperate with other allies or forces like the United States, Australia, or other friends, and they do consider the situation as a threatening of the survival of Japan. These words are the key concept of Japan. So the Japanese parliamentarians and of course the government of Japan should observe and analyze so much carefully on that issue as the threatening of our country or our allies or our neighbors. So we should consider and discuss each scenario so much carefully. That is the customs we do have in Japan. I think I should explain the situation and the uniqueness of Japanese self-defense force. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I understand that, Randy, in your reply, I think you're referring to the fact that it's really not cost-benefit efficient for or meaningful for PLA to take an off-island like Dongsha. But of course, we do understand there is a possibility as a part of their gray zone strategy. They may make maneuvers, create maneuvers or things like that as part of their coercive strategy. And that not only can happen to the off islands of Taiwan, near Taiwan Straits, but also to the South China Sea. And understand that Australia has also a grave concern over those kind of scenarios. So I wonder if Richard, can you share with us your observation on that possibilities and Australia's possible response?
I can't quantify the likelihood of such action taking place, but as I said in my remarks, I think we should absolutely be thinking about the possibility of them taking place and then thinking about how we would collectively respond. And perhaps that's already happening inside and between governments. I have less visibility than I once did about what's happening between governments. But if those discussions are not taking place, they absolutely should take place, because we collectively could not afford to look flat-footed in response to such an action, and we would want as much warning as we possibly could of such an action. So, you know, there's an intelligence warning function role here, and then there is a pre-gaming, if you like, the range of responses that Taiwan and its partners could take. And that could be very challenging. For example, from a perspective of a Taiwan president, would Taiwan feel compelled to respond militarily in such a scenario, for example? That may not be actually, in the end, the action that makes most sense to take. That's what I mean when I say some of these choices will be exceptionally difficult. And Taiwan and its partners need to have a menu of responses ready, worked through, that they can roll out quickly. And for Taiwan's partners, like Australia, they must impose cost on Beijing. We can talk about how that might happen, but there must be a cost. Such an action cannot be cost-free.
I think, thank you, Richard. What you just mentioned, I think, will be a major takeaway from this session, this panel. I think not only militarily, we need to go through our common manual, but also on the diplomatic fronts and political fronts. There are a lot to be discussed among like-minded countries with Taiwan on those possible scenarios, including Europe. Because Europe is really important. I believe it is part of China's strategy to drive a wedge between Europe and the US, and to divide, so to speak, the West. And if they are able to do that, then they will make the next bold move. So maybe it's a little bit remote for Europe, geopolitically speaking, but not for France. I understand France is also a Pacific country. You have physical, not a military presence in the Pacific, as well as in the Indian Ocean. But for many other European countries, it's a little bit remote. So how to work European countries together to make possible response to this small step, pushing the envelope strategy from China is actually critically important. So I wonder, maybe Anton, you want to respond on that?
Sure, I fully agree with you. This is indeed something that is key. I mean, France is a little bit ahead, of course, because of the French territories in the Indo-Pacific. We have more than 1.6 million French people living in French territories in the Indo-Pacific. We have more than 7,000 French troops in the region, etc. So French and the French government, of course, is aware. The collective need now, and as part of the European Union Indo-Pacific strategy that will be presented in 2 weeks, at least the first draft, I think it would be very, very important to make sure that maintaining peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait is mentioned in the European strategy. that everywhere in Europe, from Central Europe to Southern Europe, there is a will to address the issue. Once again, the key message, I think, for the Europeans is not to tell them that they will be militarily involved in case of a contingency, but that they have a role in preventing a conflict. It's not once you have a contingency that Europe will wake up. Europe and Europeans need to wake up because the main role they can play is before in preventing and conflict. And to do so, I think this is very important to have a debate in Europe, a debate that is not constrained by the Chinese narrative, you know, that this is only domestic affairs, that this is about ending the civil war, etc., Chinese, so-called Chinese civil war, etc. So there is a need in Europe to have a very open debate in which, of course, the Taiwanese, as well as our partners, the American, the Japanese, the Australian, can, of course, share their views. There is a need also at the security level to better understand the dynamic in the regions, including the evolution in Taiwan, in Japan, in terms of anti-access strategies that these countries can put forward, of course, to prevent the PLA from changing the status quo. But something that is also very important is, I think, related to the very initial question. We should not frame it we should not frame it as authoritarian versus democratic countries. This is not only about authoritarian versus democracy. We need to support Taiwan not only because it's a democracy, not only because we have, of course, ties with the country, etc., but because this is in our interest in doing so. This is simply in our interest in maintaining peace and stability in the status quo. For economic reason, for political reason, for diplomatic reason, etc., we need to make sure that the will of the Taiwanese people is being heard. And it's not up to the Chinese people, to the Chinese government, to the CPC, or to the PLA to decide for 24 million Taiwanese people. And that's something very basic to explain to the Europeans. It's not, once again, the defense of the democracy against authoritarianism. It's the defense of the will of one people, the Taiwanese people, against another party that is, of course, willing to change unilaterally and by force the status quo.
Thank you, Anton. I believe if more Taiwanese will hear what you said, they will come to tears. Thank you. We have 5 more minutes. Let me read out the last question, which brings us back to the bigger picture of global geopolitics. The question comes from Xie Mengru, who is the Assistant Research Fellow of our host, the Prospect Foundation. The question reads, will China put more efforts in the Middle East after U.S. withdrawal? If so, how will this impact the Indo-Pacific region and the Taiwan Strait specifically? Of course, this is a speculation on China's will, which is a difficult one. But of course, it's a possible scenario. Let's think about that. So I wonder if anyone would like to respond to that. Randy, allow me to start with you.
Sure. I mean, we're all speculating, but I think it's a likely outcome that they'll devote more resources and personnel to the Middle East. The fact is, if you look at just the energy piece, the U.S. is becoming less and less dependent on the region, while China's dependency is growing. We're trying to extract ourselves from conflicts that have really drained our resources and exhausted us in a lot of ways. China's unencumbered by those recent experiences and might be a little more adventurous. I don't think it changes their priority objectives, though. Their interest in resolving these sovereignty questions in their favor, and Taiwan is the sort of, in their mind, the missing piece after Hong Kong. It doesn't change the fact that the proximity of the South China Sea, being able to exert their expansive illegal sovereignty claim there is of high priority. It doesn't change any of that. So, I think China is a big enough country, a great enough power now where they're going to be able to do a variety of things simultaneously, including increasing its efforts in the Middle East. I don't think they're likely to have such a diversion that it will relieve pressure from Taiwan or others in the Indo-Pacific.
Thank you. Richard, I wonder if you want to consume the last few minutes?
Well, just to say that I agree with Randy. I think that's absolutely spot on. And I think there's a bit of a danger in over-reading the way in which China is positioning on Afghanistan. It has obviously some very specific interests there, including its absolute paranoia about terrorism and Xinjiang and so on. And well, speaking of contradictions in foreign policy, the Taliban in a relationship with the Chinese Communist Party is one of those contradictions that's almost impossible to get one's head around when you consider the scale of the human rights abuses in Xinjiang. But China has a specific national interest there. They're going to pursue that in their usual hard-headed way, but I don't think they're going to overinvest in Afghanistan. And if they were to do that, well, good luck to them.
Thank you. I would like to thank you all the four panelists, for sharing with us your wisdom. I just found that I've been standing here for 70 minutes. I don't feel tired at all. I think because the excellent remarks that you have made and the very in-depth observation you share with us. And I hope all the audience also enjoyed this session as well as I did. And I hope we shall meet pretty soon, either in Taipei or in your capital. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to our moderator, Xu Sijie, and all of the panelists for your precise ideas and insights for the topic. On behalf of the host, we wish to express our sincere appreciation to all the panelists this section. And now it's time for the short break. Please be noted, your next panel will start at 11:40. Okay, see you soon. back to today's Katagalan Forum. We'll proceed to the next panel discussion, Sailing Through Troubled Waters, how Quad and Quad Plus are meeting the challenges of the Indo-Pacific. Now please welcome the moderator of panel discussion 2, President of the Prospect Foundation, Lai Yizhou. Welcome.
Welcome, everyone. Now we come with our session 2. The theme of session 2 is Sailing Through Troubled Water, how Quad and Quad Plus are meeting the challenges of the Indo-Pacific. I believe the question is self-evident. Yet, the issue about the Quad, which could be said is one of the most consequential setup in the last several years in the Indo-Pacific. Of course, with the Quad, right now there are a lot of questions, but also a lot of the expectations about how this Quad will evolve and what Quad could do. So today we have gathered 4 distinguished scholars, but they are also the great policy practitioners in the past. The first one is the Executive Director of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, Peter JENNINGS. Before he assumed the current position, he was, hi Peter, he was also the senior official for the Australia Department of Defense and Australia Strategic Policy Establishment. And he will be followed by retired Admiral Sunil LANBA. He is now the chairman of the India National Maritime Foundation. And before his retirement, Admiral Sunil LANBA, he was the chief of the Indian Navy. So that we are very honored to have him with us here. And then, after our Indian Admiral LANBA, he will be followed by the Dr. Taniguchi Tomohiko from Japan. Professor Taniguchi Tomohiko, he's a professor of the Graduate School of System Design and Management, Keio University. But before that, Professor Taniguchi was also the chief counselor for the Prime Minister Abe, and he was instrumental in many of the Prime Minister Abe's foreign policy initiative. And of course, last but not the least, many of us we all know very dearly is the Dr. Michael Green. Michael Green, he's now the Senior Vice President of Asian Japan Affairs, and chairs, for the Central Strategic and International Study of the United States. And Michael Green, before he had joined the CSIS, he was the Senior Director of Asia of the United States National Security Council. But unfortunately, due to his time constraints, Dr. Michael Green cannot join us live today, but nonetheless, he still pre-recorded his speech. So we'll welcome for his contribution. So without further ado, let me welcome Dr. Peter JENNINGS from Australia to give us your remarks. Peter, please.
Thank you, President Lai. Thank you very much for the invitation, and it's good to see you and my distinguished colleagues on the panel. I'm going to talk to the panel's topic of sailing through troubled waters, how Quad and Quad Plus are meeting the challenges of the Indo-Pacific. The arrival of the Quad as a grouping of Australia, Japan, India, and the US, being driven by the heads of government of each country, is a significant and welcome development. This, in fact, may be one of the few positive outcomes to emerge from the COVID-19 pandemic. It would have been challenging to coordinate regular face-to-face meetings for the Quad heads of government, and the requirement to meet virtually has allowed faster development of Quad engagement. Speaking frankly, the other driving factor in the Quad has been the People's Republic of China. Each of the Quad countries has experienced the difficulties of dealing with a more assertive Beijing, of having to respond to the aggressive wolf warrior rhetoric, dealing with large-scale cyber intrusions and the rest. While each Quad country has its own equities to manage with Beijing, all are identifying more of a shared interest in grouping together. So, will the Quad succeed? My answer is a cautious yes. We need to be realistic about the situation. The United States is beset with internal challenges which will be the top priority for the Biden administration. Washington wants its friends and allies in the Indo-Pacific to do more heavy lifting in regional security. Australia and Japan are two of America's closest allies in the region and increasingly like-minded on strategic outlook. In fact, the trilateral Australia, Japan, US relationship has the potential to become a powerful shaper of regional security. But Japan still has some internal political and cultural constraints on its military posture, and Australia is still deciding how far it can or should play a leading as opposed to a supporting security role. India, for its part, is a friend, but not a treaty ally of the United States. New Delhi is shaping a new international security role for itself with roots in its non-aligned past. I expect India to play a more cautious role within the Quad. It will not want the grouping in particular to be seen as directed against China. So I suggest, colleagues, that the best approach would be for the Quad to build for its own success by pursuing a 5-part strategy comprised of the following elements. First, it should set its agenda at the head of government level. The Quad is going to work best if it's driven from the top down. Asking for bureaucracies to shape a creative policy agenda is unlikely to produce quick results. But if the President and 3 Prime Ministers can shape an agenda and use their positions of power to demand outcomes, then the Quad will quickly gain strength. Now, pleasingly, this does seem to be happening. President Biden clearly wanted to be seen giving priority to a Quad leaders meeting soon after his inauguration. And the first virtual meeting of the Quad heads of government, held on the 13th of March this year, announced an intent for a physical meeting before the end of the year, and it set out a substantial work program. Second, I would say that the Quad should focus on the positives of democratic cooperation, not on the PRC. As Australia's Prime Minister Scott Morrison said last June, this is a quote, "We see the Quad together as leaders as an enabler. We see it as an accelerator of freedoms and prosperity and living standards within our region." So the aim is to sound a positive tone and to create another opportunity to demonstrate the virtue and value of liberal democracies and to see the market succeed. My third recommendation is that we need a practical work program of activities. And again, there has been a promising start. The virtual leaders meeting issued not only a vision statement on behalf of the leaders, but also a Quad Summit fact sheet, which said that 3 working groups had been created to work on vaccines, climate, and critical and emerging technologies. And in each case, those working groups have got a substantial agenda of work in front of them. So these are big undertakings, and one sets a huge test for Quad administrators. Fourthly, we need to expand practical Quad defence and security cooperation. Between Australia, Japan and the US, there has been an ever-thickening pattern of bilateral and trilateral defence cooperation. But Australia has struggled to deepen extensive practical defence cooperation with India. So I think the India-Japan and India-US defence engagement has been growing, but from a low base. So the Quad offers a good opportunity to expand 4-way military-to-military engagement. And again, we're seeing that happening. Australia joined India's maritime exercise Malabar in November 2020. And just recently, the Indian Ministry of Defence announced a task force of India's Eastern Fleet to come into Southeast Asia, the South China Sea and the Western Pacific, where again Australia will be able to participate in the Malabar exercise in 2021. On the question of Quad engagement with Quad Plus partners, I think one element of the international response to PRC aggression has been to bring to the fore a range of different countries and groupings now increasingly looking to find ways to get strength in numbers to resist PRC pressure. Now, while this has been far from perfect, it suggests that the Quad countries are likely to find willing partners interested in focusing on ways to strengthen the international system. I would say the Quad is at an early stage of development, and that suggests to me it should resist attempts to open its membership to other countries until such time as Quad countries have developed a sense of comfort in the shape, the weight and direction of their own cooperation. But that still leaves open the possibility for making specific activities Quad plus, depending on the interest and availability of other partners. So in conclusion, I would say the Quad is a valuable new grouping in Indo-Pacific security, perhaps most useful for the three allied countries, the US, Japan and Australia, to engage India. The Quad's value is that it creates a way for democracies to cooperate in developing positive strategies to enhance regional security. Hopefully, this form of cooperation will consolidate, broaden and strengthen, and give other countries the hope that there are ways to preserve the international order to the benefit of free societies. I'll finish my comments there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter, for your remarks. You talk about the 5 recommendations regarding the Quad and how to advance these cooperations. So next, I'd like to invite Admiral Sunil LANBA from India. I believe that one of the new development in India Navy is that August 2021, just this month, the Indian Minister of Defense announced that the task force of Indian Navy's Eastern Fleet is scheduled to proceed on an overseas deployment to Southeast Asia, the South China Sea and Western Pacific from early August 2021 for over 2 months. So many of us believe this is a very different and probably even the watershed moment for the naval engagement of India to the western side of the Pacific. So probably according to your speech of the Quad, and also we would like to hear more about the Indian naval activities in this region. So thank you very much. Admiral, please. Admiral, we can probably, could you unmute yourself?
President Lai, thank you very much. My co-panelists, good evening and good morning to all the participants. It's an honor to be here in the forum. The term Indo-Pacific has assumed ascendancy in the larger global debate today, and we see many differing views. In his keynote address at the Shangri-La Dialogue in 2018, our Prime Minister spoke of a free, open, prosperous and inclusive Indo-Pacific region, one that is founded on the cooperative and collaborative rule-based order. This approach has a high degree of consensus and acceptability among many like-minded nations. Okay. Indo-Pacific is also too vast an area to be measured with one common yardstick. It is dominated by the maritime environment, and the contours change and vary from the sub-regionals contained within it. I think the best example is the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, two important sub-regions of the Indo-Pacific. And there are a plethora of risks, challenges, threats, as well as avenues of cooperation and collaboration. And there are, of course, convergence, which we need to identify and analyze how to aid cooperation and how to go ahead in the future. Holistic maritime security is a key to stable, secure, and peaceful maritime environment. It is not limited to traditional military or hard security alone, but also encompasses multifarious facets of collective or common maritime security. Within India, there has been a renewed focus on issues maritime, and India started to engage in a number of dialogues with like-minded nations. There's been a revival of Quad, as Peter has said. There's also 2+2 at the ministerial levels between United States, Australia, and Japan, and a few other countries. There are maritime dialogues. There are staff talks which take place between the navies. And the Indian Navy over the years has played a key role in placing countries in our neighborhood at the heart and soul of a larger Indo-Pacific engagement. Like Peter mentioned, we have seen the inclusion of Australia in the Malabar exercise and Quad gaining center stage. And like it or not, the Malabar series and Quad will be symbiotically connected. And the task force which you mentioned, which our defense minister announced, is there in the South China Sea and the Southeast Asia, is now going to undertake this year's edition of the Malabar of Guam, and I think is taking place sometime this week itself. As was illustrated by Foreign Minister Mr. Jaishankar at the second quadrilateral ministerial meeting conducted in Tokyo, that advancing security and economic interests of all countries having legitimate and vital interest in the Indo-Pacific remains a key priority. Therefore, need to work together and formulate a broad sense of structure, intentions, and goals for the Quad. Peter's also already made a mention of the summit level meeting between the heads of state and the 3 working groups which were set up. And I think among the most important of the working groups is the technology working groups which facilitate cooperation or setting of international standards. This is one role which the Quad is very important, that we need to have common international standards and standards not written by China. But there are, if you look at the 4 Quad countries, there are common interests, and they are deep interest in maintaining a stable balance of power in the Indo-Pacific, interest in deterring the use of force or coercive practice to resolve political and territorial disputes in the region, especially the Chinese territorial claims in the South China Sea, the East China Sea, and on our northern land borders. There is an interest in maintaining maritime order based on free movement of goods and services across the oceans. There is a commitment of all the 4 nations to the current rule-based economic order. And less emphasized among the common interests is that of supporting and strengthening liberal democratic governments within the Indo-Pacific. President Xi Jinping's adequacy of China's development model of authoritarian capitalism being better alternative than liberal democracies is, I think, one role which the Quad can play. Although the 4 countries agree that China's action and policies are a threat, but there are also diversions between the Quad members. And I think the principle being different threat perceptions, the existence or absence of a direct territorial dispute. There are only, between the Quad members, territorial disputes with China are only there with India and Japan. We face a very specific challenge on a long northern border. And one has to be conscious of the fact that China's economy is 5 times ours. The defense budget is 5 times our defense budget. And we have challenges of how much money we can commit to the defense. We also have to look at the social needs of a very large population of ours. And also the perception and potential or risk of retaliation by Beijing differs between the 4 members of the Quad. And there are also limitations of the strategic culture in each of our countries. But the strategic consequence of China's rise is aggressive military posturing and the tendency to use threat of force have become more prominent in the region. If the Quad's progress has been somewhat hesitant in the past, I think China's role in trying to change the status quo has been the binding factor in the last 2 years. And there has been a great progress in what the Quad have achieved. And based on China's behavior being more assertive, many government strategic calculations have also begun to change. We have seen ASEAN's adoption our outlook of an Indo-Pacific policy in 2019, which earlier they're not even willing to use this term. So there is a slow and steady institutionalization of Quad, and the expansion of Quad in the future, Quad Plus, is a real possibility. It makes sense for a number of reasons. One is the common security concerns which countries have regarding China's behavior, each having faced Chinese pressure in recent years. Our concerns regarding China's military and political expansion into areas they considered their neighborhood. And together this provides for a pragmatic path for greater security cooperation by a Quad Plus arrangement in the near future. What we can do is Quad could become sort of a rolling coalition, allowing countries to make unique contributions at key times to deprive China its ability to secure a fait accompli. Countries could work bilaterally or trilaterally to respond to novel ways as the strategic environment changes in the future. And Quad could be a collaborative arrangement built of a network of bilateral and trilateral partnerships, making it flexible and responsive to decisive threats. But I think this will take some time. The Quad countries have just come together in 2017 after a hiatus of over a decade, and great progress has been made in the past 3 years. But there is a great future, in my opinion, for getting more countries on board. But each will take a call on what economic linkages which all the countries, even the Quad members, have with China, and the larger number in the Indo-Pacific will be a factor which will be borne in mind. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Admiral, for your remarks. I think definitely we all agree with you that the Quad, although just established about 2 or 3 years ago, it has a great future ahead of it. And also, one of the driver for the establishment of Quad is definitely the strong authoritarian state like China, willing to change the status quo. And the current institution in Asia Pacific hasn't been able to really meet the challenges. So that the Quad, institution like Quad, is designed to specifically try to defend the democracy as well as a rule-based liberal international order. So with that in mind, I'd like to invite Dr. Taniguchi for your remarks. And I believe you also will talk about the Prime Minister Abe, his thinkings regarding Quad. And because I believe you are, there's no better interpreter than you are in terms of interpreting what the Prime Minister Abe, his policy, other than Prime Minister Abe himself. So Dr. Taniguchi, please.
Notwithstanding that, views I'm going to share with you are strictly my own, I have to say. Thank you very much for having me. It's a great pleasure and honor to be with you all. Shinzo Abe, shortly after he took office as Japanese Prime Minister for the second time at the end of 2012, published his views on Indo-Pacific maritime security at Project Syndicate, an online op-ed publication. The title, Asia's Democratic Security Diamond, spoke volumes, as the article advocated that thenceforward Japan, the United States, Australia, and India, as like-minded, rules-abiding maritime democracies, should join forces substantially more to preserve the rules-based international order in the Indo-Pacific region. Prior to that, in August 2007, Mr. Abe addressed the joint house of the Indian Parliament. Many in India, Australia, and the US refer to the speech as has given birth to a new geographic concept of Indo-Pacific. For the title he gave to his speech was Confluence of the Two Seas. It was an attempt to replace the hitherto prevalent idea of Asia-Pacific with Indo-Pacific. A diamond-shaped relationship would emerge if the 4 dots of Tokyo, Delhi, Canberra, and Hawaii were to be connected, or so Mr. Abe argued. This was the genesis of what would later be called Quad, The diamond, or the Quad, was so designed from the beginning as to cover the vast stretch of the Indo-Pacific seascape, at the strategic center of which lies Taiwan, needless to say. For to allow Taiwan to go under the rule of the Chinese Communist Party would be tantamount to ridding Japan of its strategic autonomy. In such circumstances, the Japan-based U.S. forward-deployed forces would also lose much of its strategic capabilities, with Taiwan under the CCP rule envisaged to reinforce People's Liberation Army's anti-access and area denial capabilities. Seen from the U.S. perspective, to lose Taiwan would be not unlike losing Japan as its staunchest ally, and by extension, losing the Indo-Pacific as a whole. Becoming aware of that dire possibility, albeit belatedly, U.S. strategic planners under both the Donald Trump and Joe Biden administrations chose to adopt the geographic concept of Indo-Pacific as well as the Quad, both the inventions of Mr. Abe's. Japan under Prime Minister Abe started to substantiate its deterrence capabilities with Taiwan-related contingency scenarios firmly in mind. The consequences include the following. Firstly, Sino-Taiwan exchange of hostilities will automatically activate Japan's collective self-defense, bridging seamlessly two forces of Japan's and Australia's, which is an arrangement that had been unimaginable till the Abe administration made it constitutionally possible. Secondly, it is now possible for Japan's self-defense forces, SDFs, to provide security to military assets most pertinent to Japan's own security of partner nations that range from its treaty alliance partner of the United States to Japan's quasi-allies, Australia, India, the United Kingdom, to name only three. In 2020, the SDFs gave security cover to U.S. military aircraft and vessels 25 times. In the preceding years, the activity numbered only twice in 2017, 16 times in 2018, and 14 times in 2019. The trend line has ascended sharply. Thirdly, in the area of intelligence collection and analysis, Japan, again under the Abe administration, caught up with peer democracies. That was because the administration passed the Diet, Japanese parliament, a bill to protect secrecy of sensitive military intelligence. Now, admittedly, only belatedly, Tokyo has an intelligence community that deserves its name, with its nerve center residing at the newly established National Security Secretariat. US NSA, for instance, knows who to call in Tokyo. Fourth and finally, the SDFs now operate cyber and space command structures, again in tune with. At this point, a note on the Senkakus is in order. What is true of Taiwan also applies to the Senkakus. That is to say, the question is how Taiwan could maintain its strategic autonomy when the Senkakus were, quote unquote, lost. Suppose the Senkakus were under China's military control. Taiwan's strategic space would be dramatically narrow. Assume also that the Philippines remained uninterested in working on Taiwan's behalf militarily. Taiwan would likely end up being sandwiched from the north as well as from the south by the PLA Navy. Hence the question, how could Taiwan maintain its autonomy once the Chinese robbed Japan of the Senkakus? Aware that the issue could be a divider between Taiwan and Japan, would it not be time for Taipei to recognize Japanese territorial sovereignty over the group of islands and islets? I pose that question with a view that the Senkakus should not be used by the Chinese as a wedge between Taiwan and Japan. The Quad, if I may come back to that point, for now has no prospect of it becoming institutionalized. It is an important flagpole, though, for Australia, India, Japan, and the United States to hoist a banner, one for democracy, respect for human rights, and for the rules-based international order. Legitimacy of all kinds is on the side of freedom-loving nations, not on China's side. The banner symbolizes. Put differently, it is one way to make Chinese expansionism more costly in the eyes of the world audiences. Before it in any way becoming an institution, using the Quad as a handily available platform, leaders of the four nations must develop a habit of cooperation on all aspects pertinent to the security and well-being of the peoples of the four countries, from military to military, co-development of technologies to setting norms and rules where necessary, such as in space explorations. Should the Quad be broadened to include key ASEAN member nations? What of Europeans, such as the UK and France? I would rather see cohesiveness among the four first, before diluting the essence of the fledgling group. It is too early to discuss enlargement when, in fact, nothing cohesive has yet to emerge. In conclusion, suffice it to say that a stronger sense of responsibility among leaders of Japan, India, Australia, and the US has galvanized the four nations to, quote unquote, flock together like birds of a feather. That is the Quad. It is to invest into building a securer, more peaceful, and a more sustainable rules-based Indo-Pacific region. To reiterate, in the Indo-Pacific seascape, Taiwan security is a central piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Taniguchi, for your emphasis about the Taiwan security is a central piece of the in the Quad, and also you mentioned about the centrality of Taiwan in the Asia, in the Abe, Prime Minister Abe, his Asia Diamond. So with that, we appreciate the recognition publicly very much, and also you mentioned about the Japan's role in terms of how the Taiwan contingency happened. And probably you are also telling us that you will be more active rather than some people suspected it will be more of a passive response from Japan regarding the contingency in Taiwan. So thank you for clarifying that as well. And of course, you also mentioned one of the very touchy issues in the Senkakus, which Taiwan and Japan both claim the sovereignty over that area. I think the issue, how we deal with this, actually add up to the strengths of the Taiwan-Japan relations. First of all, despite the claiming of sovereignty of the same area, the people of both Taiwan and Japan, we still love each other so much. And the relationship hasn't really gone off the rail as we speak. And also, we were able to finish an agreement for the shipping in that areas. So I'll say that the Senkaku dispute between Taiwan and Japan is actually witness the kind of strength of the Taiwan-Japan partnership. So the good friend, we're able to deal with it in a civilized way and actually to encourage the cooperations. And I'll say that both Taiwan and Japan, we also have a consensus in that area that both of us, we do not want China to dominate and to control that. So that is another things that we can work on. So without further ado, let us hear what the Mike Green will want to say. He has pre-recorded his message, and so let's just hear what it's going to offer to us.
I'm very pleased to speak to you all today. I wish I could be there in person. About the US, Japan, Australia, India Quad, this new and yet old formation of maritime democracies in the Indo-Pacific that has emerged as really one of the important pillars of the Biden administration's policy towards the region, as well as Japan's and Australia's and increasingly India's. Where did this Quad come from? Where is it going? What are the challenges it faces? And what are the opportunities, in particular for Taiwan, which when you think about it, lies right at the center of these four great maritime nations' reach into and across the Indo-Pacific. I was there in some respects at the creation of the Quad. It was December 2004, a massive tsunami and earthquake had struck across the Indian Ocean on December 26th, the day after Christmas. In the White House, where I was the senior advisor to President Bush on Asia, we did not know initially how extensive the damage was. But as we used satellite imagery and heard reports, we came to understand that this was a massive, massive human tragedy, with people from Sri Lanka to Thailand to Banda Aceh, Indonesia, killed, their villages destroyed, and the governments unable to reach those villages to give supplies. And importantly, at that time, in the context of the war on terror, Islamic terrorist groups like Jamaah Islamiyah in Indonesia trying to get to those devastated areas first to gain control for their own nefarious ends. We, on about December 28th, spoke to our counterparts in India, Australia, and Japan, and on the suggestion of the U.S. 7th Fleet Commander, whose carrier task force was steaming from Yokosuka, Japan to the Middle East and happened to be in the Indian Ocean at the time, to propose a quadrilateral task force that would reach quickly these isolated and damaged communities with the help of the governments in those countries, in Sri Lanka, in Thailand, in the Nicobar and Andaman Islands, in Banda Aceh in Indonesia. And within about 12 hours, the US, Japan, Australian, Indian governments agreed to put together this task force. We had never operated in this unit before, but it came very naturally to these maritime democracies, in part because our navies knew each other. The 7th Fleet was home ported in Yokosuka, Japan. The Australians, of course, are very close US allies and have been in almost every conflict that we have fought with us alongside, really since the First World War, when American troops served under General Monash on the Western Front. India was new, but the US-India relationship had really transformed towards the end of the Clinton and especially in the Bush administration. So in very quick order, we put together this task force, provided relief, saved thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of lives, plugged in other contributors to this effort, including, of course, Taiwan, but Canada, Britain, and even China sent a mobile hospital to Indonesia towards the end of the crisis, late, but nevertheless showing up. When the task force concluded its work and the navies returned to their regular missions, we began thinking in the Bush White House about whether this fast and impressive operation by four like-minded democracies might become something more permanent. And my boss at the time, Steve Hadley, who was National Security Advisor, gave a speech that didn't get much public attention, which considered whether this might be a formation of countries for the future. That idea was picked up by Shinzo Abe, who was preparing his bid to be Prime Minister of Japan in 2006, and wrote in his book, Utsukushi Kunie, his manifesto for leadership, that he would like to host a US, Japan, Australia, India summit of the Quad countries. The problem, of course, was that the politics and the geopolitics had changed by then. In terms of geopolitics, the United States and Australia, and in its own way Japan, were bogged down in Iraq. The idea of a Quad summit struck a number of people, particularly on the left in these countries, as neocon, overemphasizing democratic values. At that time, increasingly people in Japan and India and Australia and the United States were arguing we needed to engage Beijing more directly in strategic dialogue. That's about the time Secretary of the Treasury Paulson started his strategic economic dialogue with China. But the politics were changing. The Bush administration was in political trouble, did not have the bandwidth. Under Secretary of Treasury Paulson was trying a new grand bargain with China on economic issues. In Japan, Abe was replaced by Prime Minister Yasuo Fukuda, who preferred a more measured and careful approach to Beijing. He was pro-alliance, affectionate to Taiwan, but he didn't want to take on something that to him looked like a neocon effort. And in Australia, the Labour Party came to power, and Prime Minister Kevin Rudd had a decidedly more ambivalent view towards the Quad, and his foreign minister, Stephen Smith, declared publicly Australia would not participate in a summit. So the Quad fizzled in those years. It came back again in the era of Xi Jinping, particularly after China used coercive force in the South China Sea and against the Indian army in the Himalayan mountains at Daklan, expanded its patrols into the Natuna Sea, beyond the South China Sea, around Indonesia, boycotted Australia, Australian wine and other exports, to punish Canberra for supporting democracy, for supporting Hong Kong's relative autonomy, for calling for an inquiry into the sources of COVID-19 in Wuhan. And all these things angered Beijing, which demanded Australia silence itself. The Australians, being proud people, refused, and China has imposed and still has on Australia a major boycott. And of course, major pressure on Taiwan and an increase in Chinese PLA, Navy, and paramilitary, Coast Guard and fishery militia operations around the Senkaku Islands, the Diaoyu, which for Japan, of course, is a core security issue. So all four countries faced a new and more aggressive, more coercive, more assertive China under Xi Jinping, particularly after 2014 and 15. And the Obama administration had tried strategic reassurance with China, had tried even to explore Xi Jinping's proposal for a new model of great power relations. The bipolar U.S.-China emphasis in American strategy was at the fore in the Obama years after 2013. But by 2015-16, the Obama administration came to realize fundamentally the nature of Xi Jinping's approach, particularly after Xi, having promised President Biden he would not militarize these newly constructed islands in the South China Sea, began deploying all kinds of weapons on them that we could see clearly by satellite. So the Trump administration came in, and of course, President Trump had something like no interest or even bad ideas on foreign policy, but his administration was staffed at the top by traditional national security conservatives who liked the Quad, who liked balance of power, who liked the idea of complicating China's plans for hegemony in Asia. And under the Trump administration, Secretary Mike Pompeo and others elevated this US, Japan, Australia, India Quad to a foreign ministers meeting. Then in 2020, Joe Biden won the election. Many, I think, in India, Australia, and Japan were worried the Biden administration might go back to the old way of the Obama administration, which had both positive and negative views about how to approach China from the perspective of external balancing and alignment with allies. But in fact, Joe Biden had been reading the reports. He knew the nature of Chinese coercion. And he put in charge of Asia policy my good friend and a good friend of Taiwan's, Dr. Kurt Campbell at the White House, senior coordinator for the Indo-Pacific. And the centerpiece of Biden's approach to the region from the beginning was the Quad, and an early virtual summit of the four leaders hosted by President Biden, in which, interestingly, President Biden called out and thanked President George W. Bush for starting the Quad, which was smart politics, but also demonstrated that the Quad now in the United States has bipartisan support. In the Obama years, that wasn't quite the case. In 2012, in public opinion polls, a plurality of Americans said it is better to support, it is better to deal with China by working directly with China, even if it hurts our allies like Japan or friends like Taiwan. That was the general zeitgeist, the view in the US in 2012 or 13, before Xi Jinping fully took power. In 2019, that reversed, and 2/3 of Americans in the public said the best way to deal with China is by strengthening our alliances and partnerships. And among thought leaders in the United States, 82% in surveys done by CSIS say the best way to deal with China is to strengthen our alliances and our partnerships. The Quad is exactly that. It's politically now popular in the United States and in Australia and Japan and India. And it's logical strategically. It has bipartisan support in the US Congress. And it is the centerpiece in many ways of Biden's approach to the Indo-Pacific. We will see in the coming months an in-person Quad summit for the first time. The one Abe proposed that many foreign policy experts in all four countries poo-pooed, and governments on the left in all four countries canceled or did not implement. Now, in all four countries, the Labour Party in Australia and the Liberal or Conservative ruling party favor the Quad. In India and in Japan, and of course in the United States, both Democrats and Republicans favor the Quad. This is not, in my view, a sort of aberration or temporary thing, because although I said the Quad began in 2004 and 5, it actually has much longer roots in American strategic history. When Commodore Matthew Perry returned from opening Japan in the 1850s, he gave speeches in New York, which I write about in my last book, saying that someday the Pacific will be kept open and free by maritime cooperation by the US, Britain, and Japan. And at the end of the 19th century, Alfred Thayer Mahan, the most important strategic thinker in American history, argued that the US, Japan, Britain, and Germany, which was a new naval power at the time, would safeguard the Pacific. Germany, of course, is out of the picture largely. And Britain has been, though still interested in the Quad, replaced by its former colonies, by Australia and India. But this idea of maritime powers and more liberal democratic maritime powers preserving stability has deep roots in American strategic thinking and in British, therefore Australian and Japanese as well. This is really important for Taiwan because as China increases pressure on Taiwan militarily and attempts to isolate Taiwan internationally in terms of diplomacy, international space, and militarily, the PLA Navy and Air Force operations in the Indian Ocean, around Australia and the South China Sea, beyond the first and second island chain, these are also designed to make sure that no one can rescue Taiwan in a crisis. And the fact that the US, Japan, Australia, and India are increasingly working together, including in many ways, in particular on maritime security, that complicates Chinese planning. It will be very difficult for China to sustain its supply routes to energy in the Middle East if it has to penetrate, fight its way through the Indian Navy, the Royal Australian Navy, the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Forces, and the US 5th and 7th Fleets. And we are still much better than China at undersea warfare, all of us. So this is not a collective security alliance. This is not a NATO. There's no treaty. There's no security commitment to each other than the US, Japan, and US Australia alliance, or to Taiwan necessarily. But this helps Taiwan because it complicates Chinese planning about how they would manage escalation in the event of a crisis in the Taiwan Strait. Where will the Quad go? Well, I think you'll continue to see maritime security cooperation. I do not think you'll see new members joining the Quad formally. It will remain the Quad with 4 countries. But you'll see countries participate a la carte. You'll see New Zealand, Canada, Britain, Holland, Korea, I think, participating in some maritime exercises in the provision of public goods, such as the vaccine rollout the Quad announced in its first summit under President Biden. I think in this, there will be some role for Taiwan. It may be in the area of infrastructure support in diplomatic allies of Taiwan, maybe in dialogues about how to strengthen democracy and governance. It certainly will be possible through second track scholarly exchanges on the security of the Taiwan Strait and how that really directly relates to the security of all the Quad countries in terms of sea lanes across the Indo-Pacific. The Quad is only one piece of the security architecture of the Indo-Pacific. And from Taiwan's perspective, The most important remains the ironclad U.S.-Japan alliance and increasingly the U.S.-Japan-Australia trilateral security relationship. But the Quad is a central piece now of this eclectic architecture for security in the Indo-Pacific. And I'm very pleased that you are talking about it today because it is an opportunity for Taiwan, perhaps not as a full member, but to think about how this new counterbalancing against Chinese hegemony in the Indo-Pacific by the maritime countries that share values and interests with Taiwan, how this can be harnessed and analyzed for Taiwan's own security. So I wish you a very fruitful discussion. I wish I were there, but I look forward to visiting Taipei and joining you in the not too distant future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike Green, and I believe all of us hear what Mike Green just said, and I'm very glad to hear that he mentioned about the importance of the Quad, especially to the security of Taiwan, and also how the Quad fit into the wider strategic concept and the security architecture within the Indo-Pacific. I think that Mike Green also mentioned about the establishment of the Quad, which first came out as a humanitarian missions. So I think that also as a testimony to the accusation against Quad as a military exclusive alliances targeting certain states. But it's not. It's actually coming from the humanitarian rescue mission trying to rescue lives. So that's why Quad was established, and then Quad later on coming ever stronger to help to safeguard the liberal international order in the Indo-Pacific. So without further ado, now let's turn to the Q&A sessions. The first question I have is actually coming from my good friend. He's also now online, Deputy Representative from Thailand to India, Dr. Chen Mu-min. This is a question to Admiral Lambda from India. His question is like this: does U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan encourage India to adjust its strategic postures? Will India shift its traditional strategic interest from Western borders and Central Asia to maritime domains, particularly South China Sea and the Indo-Pacific? So this question is basically about how the Afghanistan situation impact to the India's its own strategic thinking and to the wider India participation in the Quad itself. But I also like to broaden this question a little bit. So it's not just about how this will impact to the India and how India's position within the Quad, but will Quad consider the issue about Afghanistan, the necessity to respond to it as a credibility test for the Quad? So the first question to our Indian Admiral, and then I would like to ask both the Taniguchi and Peter to answer probably my border questions. So Admiral, please.
Thank you. The situation in Afghanistan at the moment is evolving and dynamic. Okay. Taliban has assumed power. The US has withdrawn after 20 years. Today is the last day where they're going to be there. There have been now, Taliban has been saying of a more inclusive government formation in Kabul. India has invested a great deal over the last 20 years in Afghanistan. It's not only the last 20 years. There have been long-standing links between Afghanistan and India, which goes back centuries. Is it going to change India's focus towards the land borders at the cost of the maritime domain? I don't think so that is going to happen. The maritime domain and the maritime dimension is now firmly at the center stage of the government of India in New Delhi. And I think there is an evolution of thought process where India's future is fundamentally linked to the Indo-Pacific. There are, it is too early to call, but there are talks about what linkages Pakistan has with Afghanistan, whether there will be outflow of terrorism from Afghanistan, but at the moment, Taliban has said they're not going to allow their territory or their country to be used for this purpose. So it's too early to call. But I don't think so there is going to be any reduction in India's commitment to the maritime security environment and to the Quad. I think the engagements are only going to grow. Does the Quad have a role to play in Afghanistan? It's too early to tell. It depends on what sort of government is formed in Kabul, what sort of policies they're going to take. And I think it'll be the individual government's call on what sort of relationship you're going to have with the government of the day in Kabul. If it is a more inclusive government, less based on Sharia and all that, then there may be a role of the members of the Quad looking at engagement with the government in Kabul and recognition of the government in Kabul. But I think it's too early to call. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Admiral. And Peter, please.
Thank you. Well, I think the first thing to say about Afghanistan is that for America's allies, it seems to me that it has to force a question about the reliability and consistency of America as a security partner. I know there are some people saying, oh, well, this now frees the United States from a Middle East commitment in ways that it can put more emphasis on the Indo-Pacific. But really, the truth of the matter is that the withdrawal, if it was necessary, was very badly handled. I think it's done damage to the Biden administration. And really now the challenge for America's allies is to help the United States back from that experience to be the most effective partner that it can be. In the Australian context, in a few weeks' time, we will have a bilateral annual ministers level meeting with the US called AUSMED. And I think this is going to be our first opportunity to engage with the US. I favour Australia coming forward with an ambitious plan to grow our own alliance relationship with the Americans, to give them every reason to want to stay actively engaged in our security and in the security of the Indo-Pacific. On the future of Afghanistan, I would just very quickly say that it seems to me that the G7 under the leadership of Boris Johnson is emerging as the most effective group for aligning democratic responses to what has happened in Afghanistan. There was a virtual meeting of the G7 on Afghanistan the other day. I was disappointed that Australia was not invited to that in the way that we had been invited to the G7 meeting in Cornwall just a few months ago, because outside of NATO, we were one of the largest troop contributors to the Afghanistan military operation. So perhaps a somewhat enhanced G7 with Australia and India along, India because of clear geographic interests, would become a useful vehicle for managing democratic responses to Afghanistan. And there, I think it's important that we try to align how we're going to deal with the Taliban. I think it would be very damaging if we found different approaches from the different democracies. So that would be my sort of suggestion for how to manage the Afghanistan situation going forward.
Thank you. And Professor Taniguchi?
Right. In Afghanistan, Japan has long pioneered in the area of soldiers' DDR, or disarmament, demobilization, and reintegration into the society. Tokyo has also helped foster trusted civilian police force, including, importantly, female policy officers. For those involved in such valuable endeavors, the sense of loss is enormous. It's not going to go away easily. And yet, for the United States loss-making Afghani operations, the most opportune time for a, say, stop loss, as with financial investment, is always now. The Biden administration, furthermore, has done what the previous administrations pledged to do. Combined, that awareness has led very few in the Tokyo-based policy-forming circle to get surprised at the U.S. withdrawal. Looking into the future, freed from the mountain terrain, the U.S. could focus its defense planning on the Indo-Pacific seascape. It is in the Indo-Pacific theater that the U.S. could finally concentrate its military assets, all of which is a net, positive, welcome development for Japan, and I would say Australia, India, and for the ASEAN nations. Tokyo, as a host of the great assets of forward deployed forces of the United States, is indeed willing to do more with the U.S. that is oriented toward that theater. And I found what Peter Jennings told us all very much sensible, and I especially think the role to be played by G7 or G7 Plus is going to be very much important and pertinent. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Taniguchi. When you talk about Afghanistan, it just reminds me about Taiwan actually at that time also have a role to play. In year 2002, at the first Afghanistan International Rescue conferences, the people coming from Afghanistan, including later the President Karazi, they were actually taking the plane from Taiwan, flew from the Middle East and stopped over Taiwan and then to Tokyo. So because I was stationed at Tokyo at that time, so we helped about this affair. So that reminds me about this endeavor that we were also part of this altogether. Now the next questions, I just glanced through some of that. We have the reporter from the Central News Agency who was asking about the China policy changes within Australia. Because in the past, the people in Taiwan, we used to believe that the Australia, probably due to the economic interdependence with China, so tend to be softer on its approach toward China. But right now, of course, Australia is having a much stiffer and hardened its positions. But then, do you think that the Australia has actually shifted its China policy in the wake of China's assertiveness? So that was a question to Peter Jennings. But I also like to broaden a little bit because this year and the next year, we are going to have a major election for both Japan and Australia. And Mike Green, in his pre-recorded messages, he also mentioned about how the first Quad collapsed in year 2007. That was due to the political transitions in both Japan, in both Australia, and later on the United States. So that the Quad initiative at that time just collapsed. So people would like to ask that would the Quad will have its stamina to continue to sustain even after the possible political transition in both Australia or to some lesser extent in Japan. So I'd like to ask both our Peter and Taniguchi to answer these questions. Peter? Last time, Peter, you go first. So let me invite Taniguchi first.
Sure. Right. The world has changed dramatically since 2007. Mike Green spent a lot of time discussing what sort of changes have occurred in the interim, so I would not add anything further. May I just say, nonetheless, that institutionalization of security have been in place in Japan more in a robust way than in 2007. What's more important, however, is that the course, trajectory to be taken by China is going to be rather one direction because Xi Jinping's China, by the way, Xi Jinping is determined to be in place as long as his biological life makes it possible. Under Xi Jinping, China is going to have to celebrate many benchmark events, the biggest one of which is 2049, when the PRC must celebrate its centenary. And aiming at that period, China is determined to build its economy, build its military, and build its international power even more so than previously. So in essence, the importance of these four freedom-loving democratic nations coming together is also going to gain more value rather than losing any sort of values. And as with the United States and as with, I would say, Australia, this perception about China's rise has gained bipartisan support in many countries. I'm also talking about in Japan, but also not only in Asia Pacific, Indo-Pacific. If you look at Germany, and that's been becoming a case more so than in the past. So my answer is Quad is going to be less affected by the by the changes of government, by the events that would happen in countries such as Japan and Australia politically. Yes.
All right, Peter, please.
Thank you. There's been a decisive shift in public opinion on China, largely created by Beijing's own bad behavior. If Beijing had stuck to peaceful rise, I think they would have a more sympathetic audience in Australia. But over the course of 2020 and this year, there has been a complete collapse of public trust in Beijing. And I don't think that's going to change. I also think that for as long as Xi Jinping is in power, there is also going to be a more hostile Chinese approach towards Australia. And what we're seeing as a result of that is a diversification of our economy away from that deep dependence that we had built on China, and really a collapse of Chinese foreign investment into Australia. So things have changed very quickly, and I think will remain in a situation where Australia has to have where we are more concentrated on the risks rather than the opportunities presented by the Chinese economy. Now, we will have an election probably in the first quarter of 2022. No sensible strategist makes election predictions in Australia. In fact, what I will predict is that it's going to be close. But if we have a change of government, I think what you'll see is a very similar set of foreign policy objectives pursued by an Australian Labor government, which would continue to support the Quad. So I agree actually with all the speakers that have been on this really quite fascinating panel, that I think the Quad is going to be here to stay for the long haul. And now it is up to creative policymakers to find substance to give to Quad activities. And if we're clever about how we do that, the Quad will grow to become a more important instrument of our collective foreign policy authority in the Indo-Pacific region.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. We do not have much time, but I have tons of questions. So I had to be very selective, but I think that's a tribute to all of your very succinct and clear presentations. The next question is actually about the country outside of the Indo-Pacific. We do know that some European states, like the United Kingdom, France, and also Germany, they're going to sail their boats in the Indo-Pacific area this year. And also notice that the European Union, as well as the Germany, France, and even the Holland, Dutch, they initiate their own Indo-Pacific strategies. So how would the Quad consider about, especially from the Europe, those out of area countries, their role and a contribution? And of course, I know all of you seems to suggest that it's better to consolidate Quad as now rather than trying to expand the membership. But how do you view those European countries, for example, about their potential contribution or their probably challenges in your Quad formulation regarding Indo-Pacific area. So those are questions not to all. Probably that will be the last one. So first, I start with the Admiral from India, and then the Peter and Taniguchi. Thank you.
I think you're absolutely right. At the moment, the 4 members of the Quad are here to consolidate. If you're looking at Europe, I think the most reliable partner or country from Europe which can play a role is France. She is an Indian Ocean country, also a Pacific country which has territory, and have permanent presence of military force both in the Indian Ocean and in the Pacific. And India has a long-standing strategic relationship with France, which goes back decades and decades. And France has been one of the most reliable partners. So in my opinion, in case there's any country in Europe which will commit to playing a role in the Indo-Pacific, it's most likely going to be France. And I think I'll stop here and give an opportunity to both my co-panelists.
Thank you. Peter?
Well, I'd just say very quickly that I think the interest of the European countries in the Indo-Pacific is very welcome. And any contribution can be appreciated. If the French, the British, the Germans want to cooperate more closely with the countries of the region, particularly Southeast Asia, that is going to be a net plus, bringing more decent democracies into the region and further complicating China's own plans. So it's, from my perspective, it's a great outcome. I would also say that one of the unintended consequences of China's hostility towards Australia is that we have rediscovered Europe, which we do every 30 or so years, as a market and as a place to collaborate with. And so the opportunities for us to grow our security cooperation with all of those countries is something which I think is very, very welcome indeed.
Thank you. And Dr. Taniguchi?
Right. To follow on what we have just heard from Peter Jennings, the Australia-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement gave headway to the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement, and TPP paved the way for EU-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement. And EU-Japan Economic Partnership Agreement has another pillar focusing on the political relationship between the EU and Japan, named Strategic Partnership Agreement. It is to pronounce that when it comes to making norms and rules, they ought to be done by democratic powers. And Europe and Japan must be two of those central pillars to enhance such rules-based international order. With that background, may I just say that we are now witnessing an increased interest from among those select few European countries in utilizing each country's naval assets. And Navy is mobile, and you have to feed the sailors, you have to fuel the boats and ships, even ported. So at sea, there is not so much substantial difference between the cost incurred when ported and cost they demand at sea. So it is very much an easy way for France, Germany, the Netherlands, and of course the United Kingdom to use those military, especially naval assets, to show to the rest of the world that they are interested in the peace and security of the region, and that is more than welcome.
Thank you. I think in Europe, not just about the Germany, France, and the Netherlands, they show their interest in the naval asset. We also need to notice that Russia just published its Indo-Pacific strategy in July. So that is another important player, which we do not have time to discuss. And in terms of the Quad, I just had to mention for my own country, although we do know that the expansion of the Quad right now is not in the consideration, but Taiwan is definitely would like to see the opportunity to be any kind of the Quad Plus project, because we also believe that Taiwan could contribute to the Quad, and the existence of Quad itself will be very important for the Taiwan security, which is very critical to our survival. So thank you all for a very engaging and thoughtful conversation that we just had. Unfortunately, Mike Green just cannot participate here with us, but I believe that next time we'll try to get everyone together, and not just online, but in face. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Fascinating discussion. Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
All right, many thanks to all the panelists for the really helpful and inspiring discussion. And also thanks to President Lai for moderating this panel. And now it's our lunch break. So the next session, panel discussion 3, will begin at 2:30 p.m. And we'll look forward to your participation again. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Katagalan Forum 2021. Hope you had a good rest. There will be 2 panel discussions in this afternoon. The panel discussion 3 is responses to gray zone coercion in the East and South China Seas. Now let's welcome the moderator, Vice President of Taiwan Foundation for Democracy, Katty Chan. Please welcome.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the afternoon session of the Katagalan Forum, Asia-Pacific Security Dialogue. This panel, we discuss the response to gray zone coercion in the East and South China Seas. Joining me today are 4 esteemed speakers. Please allow me to introduce them. First is Admiral James O. Ellis Jr. He is the co-chairman of the National Security Task Force and also the Project on Taiwan Indo-Pacific region at the Hoover Institute at Stanford University. Admiral Ellis served on the President's Intelligence Advisory Board, and he is also the President and Chief Executive Officer of the Institute of Nuclear Power Operation. Admiral Ellis also was the commander of the United States Strategic Command. Admiral Ellis's shore assignments included numerous senior military staff tours, and he once participated in the Persian Gulf War and Operation Desert Storm. His senior command positions included Commander-in-Chief at the USA Naval Force, Europe, and Commander-in-Chief at the Allied Force. He also led the United States and NATO forces in combat and humanitarian operation during the 1999 Kosovo crisis. And second speaker, we have Admiral KAWANO Katsutoshi. He was the former Chief of Staff, Joint Staff of the Japanese Self-Defense Force. He also has tremendous experience in the Japan Self-Defense Force, included the 5th Chief of Staff, Joint Staff, Japan Self-Defense Forces, Chief of Staff of the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Forces. He was also Commander-in-Chief in the Self-Defense Fleet at the Japanese Maritime Self-Defense Forces. And he was also the Joint Vice Chief of Staff, Joint Staff at the Japanese Self-Defense Forces. Our third speaker is Rear Admiral Rommel Ong of the Philippines. He is currently the professor of praxis at Ateneo School of Government in the Ateneo de Manila University in the Philippines. Prior to that, he was the vice commander of the Philippine Navy at the headquarters of the Philippine Navy. And he was also the commander of the Naval Force West Commander Area of Operation of the Philippines. And last but not least, we have Professor Quang Vinh joining us. He is the Associate Professor of the Ho Chi Minh City University of Law from Vietnam. So without further ado, I would like to have Admiral Ellis to give us his presentation. Admiral Ellis, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Ms. Chen. Can everyone hear me all right?
Yes.
Great. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this year's Katagalan Forum, the 2021 Asia-Pacific Security Dialogue. This is an exceptional conference hosted by the Prospect Foundation on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It aims to advance cooperation with like-minded partners in the fields of regional peace, prosperity, and stability, certainly goals on which we can all certainly agree. I also appreciate being asked to participate on this panel with my distinguished colleagues. In my opinion, narrowing both the geographic focus and the specific Chinese activities of concern is essential if we're to avoid getting needlessly bogged down in rhetorical arguments that in many ways have characterized the decade-long discussion of Chinese gray zone activities. To be sure, words do matter, but even competing attempts to define the gray zone have, to some degree, polarized the conversation. I'm hearing an echo. Is coming clear to you, Ms. Chen?
Echo, so I'll have the conference staff to try to resolve the issue. Okay. Can you please continue? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm just hearing this continuing echo, and I wondered if that was the way it was sounding to everyone else.
I could hear you very clearly. So I think other speakers, do you hear an echo, or Admiral Ellis sounds okay?
Okay, so it must be on mine.
Yeah, it's on your end.
Okay, thank you.
Please, sir.
A former commander of U.S. Special Operations Command once defined gray zone operations as when groups seek to secure their objectives while minimizing the scope and scale of actual combat. It's in this murky middle that he explained we are confronted with ambiguity in the nature of the conflict, the parties involved, and the validity of the legal and political claims at stake. These conflicts defy our traditional views of war. A contrarian view holds that defining everything below the level of actual combat as gray zones creates a term that is so expansive and inclusive of economic, political, and information operations, lawfare, and just plain old coercion that is essentially meaningless for navigating the continuum from debate to strategy to implementation. Again, I applaud the organizers of this panel for bringing specificity, focus, and hence clarity into the conversation. It lends itself to better addressing the significant risks involved, both in the Chinese strategy and in creating counters to it. As an old Navy fighter pilot, over many decades, I've used the same template for dealing with risk, whether it was in aircraft carrier operations, the Taiwan Straits crisis of 1996, in which I participated, the Kosovo conflict of 1999, and as you've heard, the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. I call it the 4M approach. To effectively deal with any risk, the challenges facing our national security leadership remains as they has always been in addressing risk. How do we measure it? How do we minimize it as much as possible? How do we manage the risk that remains? And finally, how do we mitigate the outcome if our efforts fail? As far as measuring risk, in the South China Sea, the measurement of risk is not difficult. China has pursued the classic gray zone strategy of creeping incrementalism for now nearly 2 decades, using a graduated strategy of first false declaration, then reassuring placation, and finally rapid escalation. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to figure out what went wrong here. I got a different appearance. Just a second. Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Excellent. As I was saying, upon using a graduated strategy, China has effectively created and implemented a fait accompli to its neighbors in the world. Their gray zone activities in part serve as an assertion of defense for maritime claims in the East China Sea, while allowing China to expand control over disputed territories, control critical energy and fishing resources, and influence regional roles. Chinese conventional gray zone operations are primarily spearheaded by the China Coast Guard and People's Armed Forces Maritime Militia. China's non-conventional capabilities remain less understood and as such carry greater risk for escalation. These also include cyber, space, electronic warfare, and influence operations, as well as military applications of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, algorithms, and machine learning. To minimize risk, as James Holmes and Toshi Yoshihara have noted, it's one thing to deter an aggressor from seizing ground, while quite another to evict an aggressor from ground it has already seized. Island building tactics have left China in possession of territory, and it's hard to see how such gains can be reversed short of open conflict. Beijing has, in essence, forced the region and the United States to live with new and largely irreversible strategic reality. But if redressing past grievances is not possible, certainly learning the lessons of recent history is. And as I often note, they're not lessons learned simply because you write them down. Something needs to actually change at the strategic, operational, and tactical level. A careful parsing of the Chinese strategy and a collaborative effort by those nations most impacted by Chinese actions is essential. Another key to minimizing future risk is so-called situational awareness. The knowledge that gray zone activities are taking place, much less their scope and focus, is incredibly important. At its heart, this is an intelligence function, but not solely military intelligence. As Lindsay Shepard at CSIS has written, identifying and assessing the true nature of gray zone threats is intrinsically the intelligence mission guided by the policy priorities set at the national level. Gray zone campaigns are challenging, given that warning requires detection of a weak signal through global noise and across threat vectors and regional boundaries. Such activity exists below the threshold of armed conflict, but within the bounds of competition, obscuring intent, capability, and impact. Gray zone activity is most effective when malign activity is executed within legal boundaries, so as not to set off any alarms or cross traditional warning trigger points, and this further weakens the signal. Thus, warning and minimizing risk in the gray zone means identifying and assessing new patterns throughout new sources of data, and it should also mean exposing those activities to the court of world opinion. In managing risk for custodians of the current order, it's not enough to think exclusively about the marine dimensions of strategy. To counter China's gray zone stratagems, Washington and its allies must take a page from Beijing and adapt a holistic, grand strategic posture that implies patient, vigilant, countervailing pressure on many fronts simultaneously. In short, the defenders of the status quo must themselves think in shades of gray and must accustom themselves to acting in the twilight between peace and war. To do any less would concede China the initiative and give them the ability to shape the future regional order. The efforts to counter the malign effects of China's gray zone strategy will require an increased level of collaboration by all nations affected. The partners in the region have begun to come to grips with the dichotomy they face in deciding how, or even if, to begin to resist the Chinese efforts. In a major departure from ASEAN's often calming statements on the South China Sea, in last year's ASEAN conference, for example, the chairman's statement adopted a bit of a tougher tone. It reaffirmed that the 1982 UNCLOS, United Nations Convention on Law of the Sea, is the sole basis for determining maritime entitlements, sovereign rights, jurisdiction, and legitimate interests over maritime zones. As for the specifics of what needs to be done, Lyle J. Morris described a recent RAND study that identified 9 principles of gray zone risk management that I paraphrase here for conciseness. First and most important strategic principle is that the United States, allies, and partners should not merely seek to mitigate losses in the gray zone, it should aim at gaining strategic advantage. In almost all areas of gray zone competition, the United States and its partners remain in a relatively advantageous moral and material position vis-a-vis the primary aggressors of China. The U.S., therefore, with its partners, should leverage all tools of statecraft to improve its relative position while controlling risks of escalation. In short, we need to go on the offensive rather than merely remain on the defensive, and do so in ways that, though they may be asymmetric, are consistent with our norms and values. The second principle flows directly from the first. In seeking strategic advantage, the United States should be proactive rather than reactive in its approach to the gray zone challenge. Part of the problem over the last 5 years that we have often become too passive and ceded the initiative to China. Third, and relatedly, a core element of successful gray zone strategy is the ability to respond quickly to new provocations. The United States and its allies and partners will need to answer potential gray zone initiatives quickly and decisively without waiting weeks or even days for discussion and debate. Here is where a pre-existing coordination center and pre-planned responses could be essential. Fourth, while the United States should attempt to lead through multilateral, not just quadrilateral processes and institutions, it should be prepared for a less than unanimous response in circumstances where U.S. leadership is essential to marshal a rapid response. Leading multilaterally can be difficult because gray zone actions affect U.S. allies and partners in more direct and different ways, particularly with those who have greater national interests at stake than does the United States. Those countries will have constraints on their responses that limit any joint action. This leads to a fifth and related principle. Our responses must be aligned to the greatest extent possible with local partners. This may pose a significant constraint on U.S. actions because many states in Asia have different views about the degree of a threat posed by China, the degree of confrontation they are willing to undertake, and the level of partnership they will accept with the United States. The U.S. must therefore strike the right balance between accounting for such differing views and hesitations about escalation, with the need for more forceful responses that may deter gray zone action, but may in the process alienate possible allies. Sixth, any strategy for responding to gray zone aggression must balance excessive risks of escalation, including military, diplomatic, and economic aspects, with the reality that countering gray zone aggression demands some degree of risk tolerance in order to be effective. Seventh, gray zone tactics are symptoms of broader regional ambitions and grievances and cannot be addressed outside that context. China is pursuing specific goals and dealing with specific threat perceptions in its region. Gray zone techniques are only one tool by which they are doing so. Thus, we're not going to solve the underlying cause of the disputes, for example, sovereignty of disputed territory, with China by undertaking new or innovative low-level tactical response. But appropriate gray zone responses can buttress strategic deterrence. An eighth principle underpinning the proposed strategic concept is that China continues to value its status as a legitimate and respected member of the international system. They're not yet willing to abandon concern about such status in exchange for unrestrained aggressive opportunities in the gray zone or elsewhere. This reality provides the United States and its partners with significant leverage by making Beijing sensitive to the public cost of overly aggressive actions in these spheres and potentially vulnerable to powerful information campaigns designed to make them pay a reputational cost for such activities. And finally, as alluded to earlier, not all gray zone aggression has equal significance for the security of regional allies and partners or global norms. Hypothetically, a Chinese paramilitary assault on the Senkaku Islands would constitute a direct threat to the sovereignty of an ally, where Chinese harassment of Filipino fishermen on Scarborough Shoals, as significant as that is, may be of less immediate concern. What I'm saying is gray zone threats are not all created alike, and neither are responses to them. Some gray zone threats require immediate action, while others may require long-term persistent dissuasion through political messaging. In mitigating risk, despite the best of intentions and the concerted efforts of allies and partners in the region, a strategy of appropriate pushback, much less confrontation with China, is not and cannot be risk-free. Looking to the future, then, civilian leaders and military officials should be careful not to overstate the ingenuity or cleverness of gray zone strategies. Yet they should also bear in mind that their own efforts, carefully employed, will go far in determining whether gray zone strategies primarily bring payoffs or blowback for the states that employ them. An appropriate risk mitigation focus is the provision to the operating forces of the tools they may need to succeed. This should include expanding the role of white-hulled ships in the same manner that China has increasingly militarized the use of its Coast Guard. A formal regional integration of Coast Guard or equivalent maritime patrol capabilities is preferable to a collection of classic gray-hulled warships, as it begins the conversation at a different level with legitimate maritime, policing, and fishery patrol legal authorities. The second area of risk mitigation is a rigorous and extensive review of the rules of engagement, especially as they apply to potential gray zone confrontations. While these guidelines can never be prescriptive or exhaustive, they need to be principle-based, broadly applicable, and rigorously trained to. The judgment of the commanders on the scene must be relied on, but it should be enhanced by extensive preparation in the form of free-form exercises and interactive red teams long before the possible first encounters. The third option to consider is the immediate incorporation of non-lethal capabilities in vessels engaged in freedom of navigation and other sovereignty patrols in the East and South China Seas. It is a fact that we are dispatching units into potential gray zone confrontations equipped primarily with systems designed solely for the lethal high-end battle. Other so-called intermediate force capabilities with often reversible effects would at least provide commanders an alternative where lethal force is often not the desired or appropriate first response. In conclusion, I once again turn to Lyle Morris, who says persuasively, China is increasingly turning to maritime coercion through unconventional means in East and Southeast Asia. Tactics that have traditionally fallen into binary categories of military and non-military coercion to achieve state ends no longer lend themselves to conventional constructs of analysis. The concept of a gray zone between war and peace in Asia is now a challenge that states in the region must take seriously and adopt strategies to counteract. Yet the United States and its allies and partners still arguably adopt traditionalist thinking more often in assessing and responding to the threat. The result is a playing field sharply tilting against the United States and its allies and towards China, which is blurring the means, platforms, and tactics of peacetime coercion in new and potentially destabilizing ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Admiral Ellis, for your wonderful presentation and for introducing what you call the 4M approach, measuring, minimizing, managing, and mitigating. And also proposing we adopt a less traditional way of dealing with gray zone coercion in the East and South China Sea. Second, we have Admiral KAWANO as our speakers. Admiral KAWANO, the floor is yours. Admiral, you should unmute. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Moderator. I would like to give a presentation on my thoughts. So since outbreak of the pandemic of COVID-19, China is trying to expand its influence over the whole world using face mask, vaccine, economic assistance, and so on. Especially China disturbed Taiwan in getting vaccine by a mean trick. Japan is very happy to have given the vaccine to Taiwan. Under this situation, Japan-US summit meeting was held in Washington, D.C. on September-April, Japan Standard Time. Prime Minister Suga was the first national guest of President Biden. It was quite a milestone for not only Japan and the US, but also the world. That the importance of peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait is included in the joint statement. Anyway, the front line of world security was drawn on West Germany in the Cold War. On the other hand, the front line of it moved to the first island chain, including Japan, in this era, because the US designated China as the most powerful threat. Therefore, Japan cannot avoid to stand on the world security front line, nevertheless, whether Japan likes it or not. I think that it is very clear Japan is the most important partner of the US to handle China's expansion. As a result, Japan is going to be included in the history. Japan-US security treaty originally aimed to Japan's security. However, it should be developed to the alliance for creating peace and stability in this region, including Taiwan Strait, cooperating with the US from now on. In that sense, Japan must build up the defense power and expand the role of security. Moreover, the Japan-US security relationship should be put into risk and responsibility sharing from the burden sharing. The Taiwan issue should be resolved peacefully, which is an assumption. However, this issue totally depends on the China's intention, not Taiwan's and the US intention. We must consider the case that China is trying to invade Taiwan in any method when the peaceful negotiation is failed, unfortunately. In Japan, there is an opinion that Japan should take a role between US and China even in such a stage, because Japan has a tight relationship with China economically. If we do so, Japan should not request US to apply Japan-US Security Treaty Article 5 on Senkaku, I think. In case of the worst, Japan should assist Taiwan, which is our national interest. Actually, Taiwan contingency will accompany Japan's contingency at the same time. The Chinese Communist Party had a 100th anniversary on 1st July 2021. From late in 1970s to 1980s, China has moved to the open reform policy, economically becoming the second largest country in these days. In addition to that, Chinese military budget is growing up rapidly. As you know, it is 42 times for 30 years in military budget and 4 times than Japan's. I understand that the country's economic growth accompanies a maritime expansion historically. For example, Portuguese, Spanish in the age of discovery, followed by the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, United States, and Japan. And conflict happened among them, finally, because the maritime interest, including the abundant maritime resources as well as safety of the sea lane, are necessary for economic developed countries. In that sense, I completely understand Chinese maritime expansion in accompanied with his economic growth. However, the problem is Chinese how to think of international law of the sea. The sea originally is open and free, which is the concept of the international law of the sea. Therefore, HOIP means the sea is for every country and using it to develop each country. HOIP does not naturally aim to contain China. However, China drew lines on the Pacific, on the East China Sea, and on the South China Sea by their own without international agreement and is claiming their territory, which is clearly against the international law. Especially China's claim in the South China Sea was denied by the International Arbitration Court, but China ignored that judgment. Meanwhile, in the East China Sea, China has frequently intruded into Japan territory waters surrounding the Senkaku Island. This is also China's attempt to change the status quo by force or cohesion in defiance of international law. Recently, there have been cases in which China Coast Guard vessels chase a Japanese fishing boat that are legitimately engaged in fishing activities. This is an infringement on Japan's territorial and administrative rights. Even if China unilaterally proclaims its sovereignty over the Senkaku Island, Japan runs the administration and has effective control of them. Hence, China's intrusion into Japan's territorial waters near the islands is unacceptable. Furthermore, the world has faced the alarming situation from the viewpoint of freedom of seas navigation. It is China's enforcement on February 1st of the Coast Guard law, which respected the authority of countries' Coast Guard, including defense operation. If China upholds our shared value of freedom of the sea, we can share economic prosperity with China. Regrettably, however, China shows through its behavior that it does not share this value with us. It is difficult to make a compromise with China on this sense of value. We need not only economic power, but also military power, especially naval power, which is background to proceed with HOIP and must constrain Chinese activity in the sea. Quad, consisting of US, Australia, India, and Japan, is needed for this purpose. I think that Quad should lead Indo-Pacific countries for maritime security, including containing China for the time being, because Quad are democratic countries as well as sharing the common value as free and open the sea. Moreover, Quad has a naval power more than certain level. In that sense, it is quite meaningful to have conducted the Malabar by Quad this year. The United Kingdom, which existed from EU, a plan to send the Queen Elizabeth battle group to Indo-Pacific, in addition to German and Netherlands naval ship. France is also a Pacific country. I believe that cooperation between Quad and the European countries will greatly contribute to maritime security, so this framework could be expanded to other countries, including ASEAN countries, gradually, and enhance the maritime security in this region by it. I can say at least the multilateral network is the best way to counter China. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Admiral Kawano, for your presentation and for sharing the views from Japan and proposing that multilateral network is the best way to deal with Chinese aggression in the East and South China Sea. So let's move on to Admiral Ong. It's good to see you again. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Jen, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
First off, China's sea control strategy drives the projection of hard power in East Asia. It covers the stretch of the waters from the Yellow Sea in the Korean Peninsula southwards to the Natuna Islands of Indonesia and all the international straits, key islands, and features in between. By attaining sea control, China aims to establish a maritime buffer to protect its heartland or mainland. In the South China Sea or in the West Philippine Sea, the PLA Navy attempts to exercise sea control using a combination of their naval, Coast Guard, maritime militia, and its island facilities in Hainan, the Paracels, and the Spratlys. On the other hand, the coercive tactics using gray zone operations is basically a means for establishing sea control. It is unique since it employs non-kinetic methods against other coastal states by using its Coast Guard and militia vessels. Unfortunately, there seems to be no applicable provisions in international law which can be used to regulate or govern their behavior. In turn, affected states fail to develop an effective rules of engagement that guide the response of their naval or maritime agencies. Thus, PLA's force of choice for establishing naval presence in the West Philippine Sea is their militia. It is non-confrontational. It anchors off in isles and features they take interest in, short of physical occupation. It gives them flexibility in terms of massing up or dispersing them, just as they did in the Juan Felipe Reef, and no Navy has yet developed a tactical solution to address them either legally or militarily. Based on my readings, the primary role of the militia is to support the PLA Navy or conduct independent operations. Its secondary role involves maritime rescue operations and assistance to maritime law enforcement. And its third role as a reserve force, it is capable of mobilizing in times of emergencies and in times of conflict. The Chinese-occupied isles and features, such as those in Subi, Fiery Cross, or Mischief Reefs, enhances China's sea control strategy, complementing its naval and Coast Guard vessels. It also serves as an alternate staging base or staging point for militia vessels while away from their home province. For those isles and features occupied by my country, the Philippines, in the West Philippine Sea, China has deployed their Chinese Coast Guard. For example, in the Ayungin Shoal or Second Thomas Shoal, Chinese Coast Guard vessels have blockaded our naval ships, which they suspect of bringing construction materials to repair our lone vessel there, the BRP Sierra Madre. Lastly, the PLA Navy vessels are employed to challenge all Philippine Navy vessels, particularly those conducting presence patrols in certain areas of the Spratlys Island Group, which we call the Kalayaan Island Group. We see PLA Navy frigates and corvettes lurking around our Navy's established patrol and resupply routes located between mainland Palawan and our occupied isles and features, and challenging our naval vessels when the opportunity arises. For the Philippines, following the recent incident in the Julian Felipe Reef, our Coast Guard and our Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources have been the principal means of engaging against Chinese Coast Guard militia vessels, Coast Guard and militia vessels operating inside the West Philippine Sea. Notably, there were, aside from the incident in Julian Felipe Reef, there were 2 other incidents in Sabino Shoal, and 1 incident involving a PLA Navy warship in the Marie Louise Bank. It appears that as per our recent experience, the use of our Coast Guard vessels to ward off militia vessels encroaching in our areas was effective. However, this should be taken in the context of the appeasement policy or pro-China policy of our president and the current state of relations between him and the government of China. Unilaterally, the Philippines needs to improve on its interagency collaboration between its agencies. This is to mitigate the challenges in terms of coordination and, of course, our limited number of deployable ships to the West Philippine Sea. Multilaterally, there are several actions that concerned coastal states can do to address gray zone coercive tactics of the PLA Navy, both in the South China Sea and the East China Sea. Ideally, and to wit, the academe and experts on international law can study how to mitigate, regulate, or counter the gray zone coercion tactics employed by the Chinese Coast Guard and militia vessels. The effectiveness of these Chinese militia vessels lies in the ambiguity of its character and behavior. It is designed as a commercial fishing vessel, but it does not conduct fishing operations. Rather, it performs tasks fitted for naval vessels such as naval presence, surveillance, or shadowing of foreign naval vessels. Coast Guards of the region can organize themselves as a multilateral body similar to the West Pacific Naval Symposium, or WPNS, and develop a code of behavior and best practice in conformity to UNCLOS and other relevant international laws. The employment of the Chinese Coast Guard vessels in DEC of other coastal states complements this. Ideally, if ASEAN can get its improve on its cohesion vis-a-vis the West-South China Sea issue, joint patrols by ASEAN navies may be something we can look forward to complement the FONOPs conducted by U.S. Navy and the Quad and EU countries. Other non-military or maritime cooperative mechanisms by ASEAN agencies such as Coast Guard, fisheries, academic research group, etc., can be also conducted in the South China Sea. In summary, gray zone coercive tactic is part of China's overarching strategy to establish sea control over East Asian waters. The ambiguous nature of such tactic defies a legal definition, which make it difficult to develop an appropriate military response. The challenge before us is to determine what would be the appropriate cost to China in further continuation of such a tactic. And lastly, setting aside the diplomatic constraints of the Philippines' One China policy and the current tenor of our domestic politics, I believe that maritime security among the Philippines, Japan, and Taiwan is intertwined, as well as the fact that we share common aspirations for a democratic way of life. Somehow, we need to navigate a way to work together. This ends my presentation. Thank you and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Admiral Ong, for sharing your observation on the fishery militia from China in the East and South China Sea area, and by proposing the joint patrol by ASEAN navies in the South China Sea in collaboration with the Philippines and of course the democratic allies that honors the democratic way of life. Let's move on to our fourth and last panelist, Professor Hong from the Ho Chi Minh City University of Law from Vietnam. Professor, the floor is yours. You should unmute yourself.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor for me to join this forum. So today I want to share with you about the strategy to join tactics in the South China Sea, experience from Vietnam. Please, okay, thank you. It is a map about the South China Sea and many disputes between 6 countries, including Taiwan, in the South China Sea. But since 2009, China has increased its aggressive actions in the South China Sea. The biggest goal of China is still monopolizing the South China Sea. However, in order to avoid reaction from the US and international community, China has used gray zone tactics to still achieve its goals without being considered armed attacks. In particular, since at the beginning of this year, China has passed the China Coast Guard law and used many fishing boats to surround Western Reef. This signals that China will continue to increase the application of this tactic in the future. The US and the Southeast Asian countries that have disputes with China in the South China Sea are having many difficulties with Beijing gray zone tactics. Many political and diplomatic issues have limited the ability of the US Navy to respond to these Chinese tactics. The Southeast Asian countries have a dispute with China on the South China Sea, have not enough maritime force to counter these tactics from China. Regional organizations like ASEAN will almost certainly never be able to deal with China use of militias in the South China Sea because some Asian members are friendly to Beijing. Please, next slide for me. Yeah, Only from 2011 until now, many times China used aggression tactics to Vietnam on the South China Sea. In 2011, Chinese vessel cut cable of Vietnamese survey ships on the Vietnamese EEZ. And in 2012, China arrested Vietnamese fishing boats near Brussels Islands. And especially in 2014, China used an oil rig, HYUN 981, to deploy in Vietnamese EEZ. Yeah, until now, many times, China used aggression tactics to Vietnam. So I want to share with you the experience from Vietnam to respond to aggression tactics of China with the oil rig incident in 2014. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. You can see that is oil block of Vietnam's. It is located. They are located on Vietnamese EEZ and continental shelf. But China reject all of them and used threats and coercion to stop this action. Only, but although Vietnam's only use it in explore and exploit in Vietnamese EEZ. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is many oil block Vietnam call forbid from foreign country on Vietnamese EEZ and continental shelf, but China reject all of them. China will use threats and coercion to Vietnam in EEZ. Although China is a member of UNCLOS. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, China threatened two foreign oil company, for example, with the ExxonMobil with block 117, 119. Yeah, so ExxonMobil have to withdraw of Vietnam's project. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, so now I want to share with you experience to respond to aggression tactic of China with the oil rig incident in 2014. Next slide, please. Yeah, in 2014, China used an oil rig. China deployed into Vietnamese EEZ. And China only used oil rigs with many China's coral ships and many Chinese maritime militias. So As a country much smaller than China, Vietnam's maritime forces are also much smaller than China's. Next slide, please. Yeah, that is the image. The China's coral ships of China used water cannon to fire two Vietnamese ships. That is an action of Great tactics. Don't use military, but use coercion and threats. So China can gain its goal on the South China Sea. So therefore, to protect its maritime interests against China's Great tactics, Vietnam has used a combination of diplomatic and legal measures and the use of Vietnamese coral. During the oil rig incident in 2014, Vietnam maintained Vietnam maintained its coral force fiercely clinging to the oil rig, not allowing acts such as exploratory drilling in Vietnam's EEZ. This does not provide an excuse for China to use its navy as it did to the Philippines during 2012 with the Scarborough Shoal incident. On the other hand, Vietnam invites international media to come to the field so that they can spread information widely around the world. At the same time, Vietnam actively asked for the voice from the international community. As a result, Vietnam has maintained its war against the threats of invasions by China, Great tactics in 2014. That is the experience from the past. So in the future, the strategy of Vietnam to respond to Great tactics is continue. Right now, at least 4 Chinese ships is intruding illegal into Vietnam's EEZ now. So Vietnam knows that China will continue to use Great tactics to monopolize the South China Sea. Therefore, Vietnam's upcoming strategy in combating the Great strategy, which has, in terms of diplomacy, Vietnam continues to clearly demonstrate its key role in action to negotiate the COC effectively, substantively, and in accordance with international law. The COC must be legally binding. We do not build artificial of entities, do not block ship carrying supplies or rotate the personnel, or not establish an air defense identification zone, does not threaten to use of force when settling dispute in the South China Sea. And Vietnam continue to strengthen cooperation with many powers in the region and around the world, especially in the field of sharing intelligence, providing means and equipment to protect sovereignty over sea and islands. Next slide, please. Yeah, you can see China used water cannon to fire to Vietnam ships. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah, and China used the ship PHAM. Yeah, thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah, so Vietnam always called to use peaceful solution to resolve the dispute on the South China Sea. So maybe in the Vietnam solution, Vietnam can use a legal solution. So I think that Vietnam want to prepare document to bring China before an arbitral tribunal like the Philippines did. If China continue to trace Vietnam on Vietnam's EEZ in the future. Yeah, so that is some strategy of Vietnam to respond to China's regional tactics on the South China Sea. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Hong, for your presentation and reviewing and letting us know the 2014 oil rig incidents and the extent to which how Vietnam applied measures to counter China's aggression. So we have about 15 minutes left. And as you all were speaking, we're taking questions from the participating audience. So let me read the first question. I think the first question is for Admiral KAWANO. It is from Mr. Granusham. He's asking, what are the prospects for Japan establishing direct security ties with Taiwan? Recent statements by the Japanese officials regarding Taiwan are good, but what will Japan do in concrete terms to support Taiwan militarily? Admiral KAWANO, please. You should unmute your microphone.
Nowadays, I have no military relationship officially between Japan and Taiwan. So, but I have exchange information between the intelligence section, just only. So the Japan, the Japanese forces will rear two-star generals to send to Taiwan to attend the intelligence meeting. But I would like to enhance the status of the military relationship, including operational area, because U.S.-Japan summit meeting says the importance and peace and stability of Taiwan Strait is quoted. So after that, we should proceed the defense relationship between Taiwan and Japan. So I'm very much expected.
Thank you very much. We have a second question from Dr. Adam Bartley from Australia. He's asking, can the panelists envisage a new regional security architecture aimed at responding to the gray zone threats? And I would like to add to that question that all the panelists spoke about increased level of collaboration. So what do you see that, how that would happen, and what are the challenges that you think facing establish such connection? So may I have Admiral Ellis take a crack at the questions?
Thank you. It's a great question, and we've already talked about Quad and maritime cooperation. It's an interesting phenomenon. In the most recent meeting of the Quad, the virtual session, in the statement that was released afterwards, there was one word that did not appear in that statement, and that word was China. And so we have to be careful not being led to play the game the way that China would have us play, ramming ships and attacking with water cannons, as our colleague from Vietnam has just demonstrated. There are lots of other ways in which we can collaborate and cooperate economically, societally, and the like. And so I think it's very, very important that those exercises do take place, that they demonstrate that we can deliver on capabilities, that there are humanitarian roles. The most recent initiative out of the Quad on COVID vaccination is a good example. There are things that we can do that speak well to our values, that speak well to our capabilities, that speak well to the things that we see in common and that we share in common, without getting unnecessarily and inappropriately confrontational with the Chinese. So that's the way I would interpret it. The purpose of the Quad is not to, quote, contain China, in my view. The purpose is to show that democracies in the region can collaborate and flourish collectively. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Admiral Ellis. Admiral Ong, would you like to take a stab at the question as well? Because you also mentioned the joint patrol by ASEAN navies in the South China Sea and working with the U.S. Navy and Quad and EU countries.
Well, that's a long way to go. Actually, that's the center of my current study now, looking at minilateralism within ASEAN as a possible approach to mitigate the restrictions of ASEAN centrality and all its encumbrances. Okay. With your initial question, maybe you can revisit the new southbound policy of Taiwan itself. And maybe those are avenues for engagements that are non-kinetic in nature and doesn't convey the idea of confronting China. But just the same, it would increase collaboration in other areas besides defense among the relevant countries.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's a second part of Dr. Bartley's question about the ASEANs. He's asking at what stage do members of ASEAN eschew risk avoidance in the face of ever-diminishing return to the policy stance? Admiral Ong, would you like to say a few of your comments regarding that question?
I think ASEAN, individually as states, it's trying to hedge with the current situation vis-a-vis the U.S., vis-a-vis China, and the environment that the relationship of the two great powers create within Southeast Asia. So given that, they're trying to find a way to maintain the peace in the best way they can, I think. But not necessarily with the outcome that we desire. I mean, given the stack of cards that's laid out right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Admiral Ong. Next question comes from Nora Huang from the Prospect Foundation. And her question is for Admiral Ellis and Admiral KAWANO. She asked, just a few days ago, the U.S. Coast Guard cutter patrolled near and through Taiwan Strait along the U.S. Navy ships. Would it be able to provide deterrence against Chinese maritime gray zone coercion? Admiral KAWANO?
So, but we didn't send a ship to going through the Taiwan Strait for Japan. But Japanese government very much hesitate to send a Japanese ship to go straight Taiwanese Strait because it's very much stimulating to China. So so not yet, but I think Japan should send a ship to go through the Taiwan Strait to deter the Chinese illegal activities.
Thank you very much, Admiral Ellis.
I think it's worth remembering that freedom of navigation is one of the basic rights of all of us who share the maritime domain, and exercise of those rights is important. As you all know, but many don't. These freedom of navigation acts were not invented over the last decade. They've existed for many decades, and most nations do them, sometimes even against friends and allies, where there are claims that have not been adjudicated or they're in dispute. And so I wouldn't read too much into that, but I do think that the presence of a collective effort, as has already been described by my colleague Admiral Ong, has an influence all its own. And when you can reveal inappropriate behaviors, when you can document it, when you can play it out in the court of law with films and movies, as our colleague from Vietnam has just done, I think that shapes public opinion, and it shapes in some ways behavior. You may not see it directly, but people don't like to be portrayed as bullies or violators of international law, and I think that's the way in which we need to proceed, not in a sense of confrontation, but in exercising the rights that are freely available to all who share the seas.
Thank you very much, Admiral Alice. I want to take the last few minutes to thank all the panelists for joining us on the third panel on strategies to respond to China's gray zone tactics in the South and East China Sea, and sharing your valuable experience. And we know that there's going to be more work ahead of us as China, starting September 1st, tomorrow, require a range of vessels to report their information to China. So I don't know if that will erode the ability to maintain an UNCLOS, and those influence the countries that are honoring UNCLOS. But it just demonstrates to us that there's issues and more work in the future for us. But I want to thank all of you for joining us on this panel, and thank you so much for Katagalan Forum for inviting the esteemed speakers to share their experience with us. Thank you so much, sirs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Many thanks to all the panelists, and also thanks to Vice President Katie Chan for moderating this panel discussion. And now it's our break time again. The next session will begin at 3:40. So see you soon. Welcome back to Asia Pacific Security Dialogue. And now we'll proceed to the final panel discussion, assessing the post-COVID-19 economic outlook, reconfiguring globalization and building trusted supply chains. And here is our moderator, Senior Deputy Director of Taiwan WTO and RTA Center, Zhonghua Institution for Economic Research, Mr. Roy Lee. Please welcome.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank all the audience to join us for the last but not the least session of today's forum. And I have the privilege to serve as the moderator for this session. The topic of this session is to assess the economic outlook post-COVID-19 pandemic. And we have invited our 4 distinguished panelists to focus on one and with likely long-term effect issue. That is the new reconfiguration of the globalization and also the building of a trusted partnership and supply chain. The pandemic has brought about great impact on the global supply chain and also many livelihoods of our daily lives. The global supply chain, as we know of, was created around 70 years ago based on the principle of economic efficiency and profit arbitrage. Over time, import dependency and concentration, because of the pandemic, becomes the sources of vulnerability. Resilience, for example, and diversification are now popular thinking among not only the private sector, but also many governments around the globe. Further, the changing view towards China, in particular, from a strategic partner to a strategic rival, is also pushing Western democratic and market-based countries to rethinking and reassess the economic and security risks associated with the so-called world factory structure. These reforms require a complex set of the grand rethinking of strategies, a comprehensive review and the planning process, and more importantly, a dedicated implementation work plan to rebuild a trusted supply chain. There are numerous opportunities and, of course, uncertainties. And luckily, we are at good hands today. The 4 panelists that are joining us for this session are more than qualified to enlighten us for the complex set of issues involved. Let me introduce them briefly. The first speaker is Honorable HYUN Oh-Seok, the former Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister of Economic Affairs and Finance of the Republic of Korea. Honorable HYUN, we welcome you.
Very nice to meet you.
Thank you.
And I really appreciate that. Thank you.
And Honorable HYUN is now serving as the chair of the ESG committee, ES holding in Korea. Our second panelist is Director Bert HOFMAN. He is now the director of the East Asian Institute, National University of Singapore. Director HOFMAN, we welcome you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
And the third speaker of this session is Dr. Scott Kennedy, Senior Advisor and Trustee Chair of the in Chinese Business and Economics Center for Strategic and International Studies, or CSIS. Scott is a good and old friend of Taiwan because he is the only one joining this session from a non-working time zone. It's actually now 3:40 a.m. in Washington. And Scott, I hope you have to enjoy the session to keep awake and to accompany us and reflect on your thoughts. Thank you very much, Scott.
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Thank you. And the fourth speaker, the panelist of this session, is Director Hoseok Lee Makiyama, who is also a good and old friend to Taiwan. He is now the director of the European Center for International Political Economy. Hoseok, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let me now invite our first speaker, Honorable HYUN, to take the floor. Honorable HYUN.
Thank you very much, moderator. It's really a wonderful occasion
with a very knowledgeable panelists in this session. So I'll make a couple of points on the general globalization issues and a couple of points on more specific supply chain issues. As you all know that even before the pandemic, the globalization was in trouble. The open system has been damaged by financial crash and trade war. And now it is reeling again as lockdowns have sealed borders and disrupted commerce. And also the pandemic might politicize and entrench a bias towards self-reliance. Around the world, the public opinion is also shifting away from globalization. There are growing worries that supply chains have become a source of vulnerability. The push to bring supply chains back home in the name of resilience is accelerating. Global supply chains are threatened by so-called collective action problem. Let me take semiconductors as an example, as they are the first strategic industries. All of the world's most advanced semiconductor manufacturing capacity in nodes below the 10 nanometers is currently located in Taiwan and Korea. This concentration will have a big tailwind in the form of China's recent 5-year plan. And also, not only the US, but also European countries are trying to build more local supply. I think not every country can or should have a cheap foundry. However, the idea that quite a large share of a certain industry is concentrated in one of the world's, I think, most contentious geopolitical regions isn't just bad politics. It's in some sense bad economics. I think in a real ideal world, like-minded countries, including the US and EU, even Taiwan, would work together on common industry standards to create an even larger common market and to promote innovation and to share ideas and even some intellectual property. I think this can be an important part of any new alliances of democracies. Regionalism, I think, is not the same thing as nationalism. Against such a backdrop, it makes sense for supply chains to be more robust. When national security is at stake, governments have a role in making supplies more secure. However, it should be limited one. They can provide research and development, including for new energy sources. However, the risk is that countries go beyond the minimum intervention that they get vocal for local. Such a rush towards autarky would not be justified. One reason is that the government administered domestic supply chains are even less resilient than global ones. So the call for self-reliance also misconstrues the balance between the cost of interdependence, which are very brief and visible, and its benefits, which trickle in months after months unheralded. And the buildup of cost would be a hidden tax on consumers. So the result to autarky is like looking for kids under street light, not because that is where they were lost, but because that's where it is brightest. So resilience comes not from autarky, but from diverse source of supply and constant private sector adaptation to shocks. So over time, the global firms will adjust to even longer term threats, including tensions between US and China and the effects of climate change. So let me finish here. Now is the really perilous moment for the world economy. But however, just as globalization begets the openness, so protection in one country is spread forth to next. So in that sense, I think that globalization is the most important issues related to supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable HYUN. There are also a lot of debates here in Taiwan on the way globalization should proceed, and also on the direction of the reconfiguration of the global supply chain. Morris Chang, for example, the founding member of the TSMC, or the world leaders in semiconductor, was talking about, arguing last month, actually, during an APEC summit, that it will not be feasible politically and economically if all countries want to turn back the clock, referring to a complete decoupling and complete restructuring or moving away from the global supply chain as we know of. So I think Honorable HYUN was also offering some recommendations and also direction of change to address national concern, but also not to destroy all the establishment that we are able to achieve during the last 70 years of efforts. Thank you very much, Honorable HYUN. Let me invite our next speaker, Director Hofman from National University of Singapore, to take the floor.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks to the Prospect Foundation for this invitation. I'm very happy to be part of this. And I'm very happy to be in this discussion because it is an important discussion, and decisions made in the aftermath of the COVID crisis could determine the efficiency and the welfare of people all around the world for a very long time to come. In that context, I am a bit more of an optimist in terms of supply chains, and I'd like to argue that actually COVID-19 has shown the resilience of much of the supply chains rather than the issues in the supply chains. And if we look at the economic prospects, they're still improving. Yes, the decline last year was steep and hurt many people, but the world economy did not decline as much as we had expected. At the height of the fear of COVID, there was an expectation by the IMF that the world would decline by about 5 percentage points in GDP. The outcome was less than 3.5 percentage point decline. That's a big decline, and it was very broad-based, and many people, especially in developing countries, got hurt. But since then, things have looked up. Yes, there's still lots of uncertainties, and the rollout of the vaccine is not that great, but the current expectation for this year is that the world economy would grow by something around 6%. So a very strong rebound. Similarly, with world trade and world trade in goods. World trade in goods went into a steep decline in March, April last year, but then recovered very rapidly and is now above the pre-COVID-19 levels. And that's a broad-based recovery. Yes, China was out first, and China benefited from all other countries struggling with containing COVID and therefore losing a lot of production capacity. But since then, recovery has been broad. The only part of the world that is not yet above pre-COVID levels is Latin America. In contrast, of course, you have travel and many services, frankly, that do far less well. Trade in services is still down, and especially because of travel. Not because of transport, and transport is actually booming in the aftermath of COVID-19, and I think it's an interesting. Yes, there's lots of disruptions. There's lots of shortages everywhere. As in fact, this morning's New York Times has a long article about how many shortages are still around, and there's shortages especially in chips, but a shortage in everything, in wood, in many commodities. But the real bottom line there is transport, and chips is maybe a bit of a special case. Chips is, if you want, the underestimation of demand and the misestimation of demand by both suppliers and demand. And especially from the car industry, which thought that they were going to be in a low demand situation. It turns out they're actually in a high demand situation because of the rapid recovery of the world economy. And therefore they are short of chips, because their competitors that did very well are not other car companies. Their competitors are computer industry. Their competitors are the game industry. And they, because of the COVID-19 situation, experienced a boom and therefore massively increased their demand. Second, the timing of the recovery has caused an enormous amount of havoc. The reason is that China was up first, and the United States was still down, Europe was still down. And that meant that an awful lot of containers ended up in the wrong place, and could not be filled and shipped back. And so this disruption in the global supply chains from the shipping point of view was indeed quite disruptive. And you see that the prices of transport, of sea transport in particular, have shot up. But the situation is not that dissimilar to what happened after the global financial crisis. If you look at the Baltic Dry Trade Index, it shot up by about the same percentage as after the global financial crisis, where the recovery in world trade was a bit slower. So in that sense, I mean, it's a very volatile index, and it's not that exceptional. Added to the COVID worries were particular incidents. This is Taiwan, so I shouldn't really mention, but I will mention the Evergreen incident in the Suez Canal. There were port closures, the Yan'an port closure because of the COVID aftermath, the Ningbo port closure that causes temporary disruptions. And those temporary disruptions, they do trickle through the economy, because we all rely on these boxes called containers that ship our goods around the world. But overall, as I said, of course, the shipping companies do very well. Maersk, one of the largest shipping companies, I looked at their annual statement. Last year, they quintupled their net profits because of the very high prices in transport. So if you had transport available, you could make big money. Now, so despite all this disruption, I said, world trade has held up really well. And there's been miracles created in global supply chains as well. And I refer to the vaccines. Chad Brown and colleague from PIIE, the Patterson Institute of International Economics, have done a wonderful paper on how supply chains came together to create those vaccines that are now saving the world. And it's dozens of countries that come together, and this is only the first line of supply chain that they're looking at. It's miraculous that they came together in such difficult times to create the vaccines that made it possible. And overall, you see that companies, but also countries that relied on a very dense network of supply did relatively well. I live in Singapore, which is probably one of the smallest countries, not the smallest, but a small country that is enormously open, relies a lot on world trade. And maybe only for a week after there were measures taken back in March 2020, there were some shortages in my shop, but afterwards they got resolved. And it's remarkable how a country that is so open to world trade, that is so dependent on imports for its daily living, actually did relatively well. That's an experience that you see in other countries. That's an experience you see in other companies. Those companies that have a very wide and deep supply chain and that have the possibility of substituting suppliers did very well. Toyota, for a long time, held up really well. They now have to cut. They have to cut their production because of the shortage of chips. But for a long time, they could rely on shifting the supply chains across the world to where things were available, and that showed the flexibility and the resilience that modern supply chains do have. At the same time, there is not just COVID-19, and we already heard from the previous speaker on the geopolitical threat to supply chains. And frankly, in my view, that's going to be the longer term influence. The political temperature has maybe come down a little bit with the entry of the Biden government, but at the same time, there is still widespread concern about the reliance of many countries and many products on China. China is really quite central, more central for the US than it is for Europe. Europe's supply chains, intra-European supply chains, are stronger, if you want, than the supply chains that are centered around the US. And therefore the US relies more on external supply chain. And of course, China is quite central to that. How disruptive that will be remains to be seen, but it remains to be seen how broad the policies that a Biden administration wants to apply to the issue of strategic competition with China. And we don't know yet, frankly. For now, the Biden administration has continued by and large the Trump administration's policies, and that is a very scattershot approach, quite broad, with lots of targets and maybe not that efficient. There is talk now in Washington to target smaller yards with very high fences, rather than try to fence off everything from exposure to China. And that is probably the right approach, given the centrality of China, given the enormous integration that China has with the rest of the world. It's very unlike the Soviet Union. In the old days, the Soviet Union, total trade with the Soviet Union was not more than 1.5, 2 percentage point of all trade of advanced countries. For China, it is 18%. So it would be enormously disruptive if there were to be an unwinding of that of those supply relationships. In tech, it's even more complex. I mean, one of the big victims of the Huawei sanctions is TSMC, and it is Qualcomm, it is Foxconn, because they have very high exposure to these Chinese companies. So you may think you target one particular company, but you really target the whole supply chain, and those supply chains are global. So a careful, and sure, there are strategic goods, sure, there are dual-use goods that any country would want to get more control over, and there the United States is in its right, just like China has particular categories of goods that it would want to protect. But to try to indeed to make those yards that you want to protect as small as possible is the wisest policy. With that, let me stop, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Director Hofman. Just a quick footnote to complement your optimistic view. Taiwan's export has been enjoying a positive growth for the last 19 months now. Before the pandemic, during the pandemic, even better after the pandemic. Yes, it's a demonstration of how worlds are connected through networks and how trade is able to recover very swiftly from the impact, the initial impact of the COVID-19. And we wish the world global trade and also the global supply network continue to grow with some adjustments, of course. And you mentioned part of the adjustment is kind of inevitable, especially towards the critical technology and other sensitive sectors. And the US-China rivalry will become a very important factor in playing out the new dynamics of the global supply chain reform. For that, I'm going to invite Scott Kennedy to address some of these very important dimensions, especially the US-China rivalry. Scott, you have the floor. Thank you.
Terrific. Well, Dr. Lee, thank you for hosting this session, and thanks to the Prospect Foundation for bringing us all together. I've not been able to enjoy jet lag for almost 2 years now, and this is my one opportunity to do so. So I really appreciate the opportunity to do it at least for a few minutes, and I'm looking forward to the vaccines that Bert just described reaching the arms of everyone in Taiwan and throughout the region so that I can actually really enjoy some jet lag in the coming months. We have a lot of work to do, and as much as I enjoy being in my basement and doing research on my computer, I actually much more enjoy visiting Taiwan and the region, and so hope to do so soon. We are in danger of forming a consensus in this panel, and which I think is good. It may be a little bit boring for those watching, but it does also mean that we probably find ourselves in disagreement with a lot of policymakers in Washington, in Beijing, and in some other capitals because of things that they feel about their own country's economic needs and risks, as well as just simply reacting to others. And so that tit for tat process may end up bringing policymakers to do things which we don't all agree in, but it's at least we can sound the alarm bells and we can give them some guideposts for some work that they ought to do as they make these decisions. So I'm going to say, there's, and in Washington, D.C., there are a lot of folks who are talking about resilient supply chains based on the pandemic and early shortages in PPE, now auto chips, a whole ton of reasons why people are talking about the need to have more resilient supply chains or bring manufacturing home. Economic reasons, political reasons, national security reasons, human rights reasons. And I think that's one place where you'll see a bunch of consensus in Washington. And the chances for new policy initiatives actually in the coming few days are quite significant. First, actually with the executive branch, and then actually potentially with Congress by the end of this year. I'm also skeptical, as the previous speakers are, with some of this logic, and I'm worried that we're going to go too far. Although I don't think in some places we ought to overly criticize these concerns. So let me outline a couple places where I think there are some reasons that are justified to modify supply chains, and then places where I'm more skeptical, and then sort of lessons for everybody. So I think for human rights reasons, most of the discussion, I think, is entirely reasonable about reducing supply chain risks. If you want to uphold certain types of human rights, and you think trading with China, buying cotton from Xinjiang, or contracting out to factories that are from Xinjiang may involve human rights abuses, well, why should you be forced to do business with them? Now, the evidence is mixed, but the Chinese intentionally make the evidence very hard to obtain. And in fact, they're making it more hard to obtain. Global companies that produce in China are having increasing difficulty carrying out third-party audits of their supply chains to identify whether or not there's any forced labor in those supply chains. The Chinese government is intentionally intimidating and stopping these audits from occurring. So if you can't verify that your supply chain is free of these problems, then that suggests maybe you ought to reduce your exposure. So I can totally think that it might be entirely justified for the United States to decouple from Xinjiang, even if it doesn't make sense to decouple from China. I understand the evidence is complex, but nevertheless, I think the onus is on the Chinese, not on us. In addition, there's reasons for climate change. The costs of global transportation are quite high. That burns a lot of fossil fuels in global transportation. And if we can source things more locally and reduce the damage to the environment, that also makes sense. There are other areas, though, where there's a lot of focus on supply chains where I think the evidence is much more mixed. So from the economic side, the idea that we need to radically reduce our trade around the world, including with China, simply because we need more resilient supply chains to protect jobs and our competitiveness, I don't think is very persuasive. We often see this statistic that China now makes 60% of the world's electric car batteries. Well, so what? The reason they do so is because China's got a big electric car market. If we want to have a lot of electric cars, batteries that we make in the United States, well, gosh, encourage electric car sales. And then we'll start building a lot of electric batteries here. That just seems like a simple math thing. It has nothing to do with Chinese protectionism or industrial policy. There's another statistic that only 12% of semiconductors are manufactured in the United States. Again, I don't really think that matters very much. We have 70 plus fabs in the United States. Maybe we'll have 10 more. Will that really change everything? We aren't overly dependent on semiconductors from dangerous, so-called dangerous countries. Most of them come from countries in Southeast Asia, Korea, Taiwan. China does a lot of package and assembly and testing. That can be done in many different places. And China is so dependent on the rest of the world for chips that we really have this sort of mutual assured provision of goods because of that. A lot of talk about medical supplies and the dangers there. With regard to, certainly with regard to PPE and masks, certainly the US faced major shortages, but those were mostly caused by a sudden jump in demand, not because we didn't have enough on hand, and also because we didn't have enough emergency stockpiles. If we had emergency stockpiles in medical equipment like we do for oil, where we can online right here, right now, see exactly what our national reserves are, we would very quickly be able to adjust if we needed to, but we don't. In terms of medical devices and drugs, we've done the math in our program, and China is a supplier of less than 5% of medical devices to the United States, less than 10% of APIs, very few drugs, final drugs to the United States. Most come from Ireland, in fact, that are imported in the United States. The one area where we are heavily dependent on China is antibiotics. So I would say diversify for antibiotics. But for the others, actually things are working pretty well. Let me say a little bit about national security and then wrap things up, because there, I think actually there are some real risks because of potential surveillance that the Chinese can carry out against the US through putting eavesdropping mechanisms into telecom equipment or drones or things like that. But the way to deal with that, maybe in some instances, if you determine you can avoid the risks, is to only work with trusted suppliers from allies. But it may be just setting up systems of certification that anyone can apply for, and that anyone can, if they meet the standards, provide to global markets. You can have rules about data collection, data storage, content, rules that apply to everyone. I actually think that's the direction that the Biden administration is going in. The last thing I want to say about national security is that we should not forget the national security benefits from trade in high-tech goods with China and other rivals. That not only generates a huge amount of income for high-tech companies that allow them to plow that money back into R&D, which then allows them to innovate and improve our national security, what it also does, in almost every instance that I've looked at, is when we have the Chinese connected to us in high-tech sectors, in almost every single instance, it is the US and its friends at the top of these technology hierarchies, and the Chinese lower in these technology hierarchies. And these hierarchies are very, very difficult to adjust. And so you don't think of China like from a Latin American country and from the 1960s and talking about dependency, but there are dependencies created, and in fact, China's dependencies are greater than ours that we have on them. And that is to our benefit from a national security perspective. So I'm not making an argument for economics and against national security. They actually align with each other. Final point, and then I'll throw things back to you, Roy, is lessons. The big question is, do we want to engage in trade even with rivals? And I think the answer is yes, to the extent that we can. We may need some small yards with some big fences, but overall, trade works both for us economically and for national security. And I think we need to be careful what we wish for, because if we reduce connectivity, we're actually potentially encountering problems which we actually had avoided for a long time because of the benefits that we don't really understand that we currently have. Next point is the trends that are occurring in Washington, D.C. and Beijing work directly against Taiwan's own interests. The less the U.S. and China trade, the more there is a division down the Pacific. That means less U.S.-Taiwanese trade, less U.S.-Taiwanese investment, less U.S.-Taiwanese interdependence, and less of a foundation for national security cooperation. The more we divide, the greater there's use of industrial policy and an industrial policy arms race. That means more spending, less efficiencies, greater debt, all the kinds of problems that China's economy has. That means we're also going to be less able to address the kinds of problems that the WTO has with trying to govern this complex world, because we're going to take the disciplines and just totally throw them away, and they'll likely dissolve. Last suggestion. For everything, I think it's really important that we do the math. And we've got folks on this call and others watching who can help governments do math. Because if there's anything that we've learned over the last few years, is that math matters, and that you can't just simply pull stuff out of your ear just because it sounds good. So let's do the math. Let's show it to them, and maybe they'll make better choices in the end. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much, Scott, for your three very concise but tangible recommendations. I think we're going to have a lot of discussions, if not debates, about China's role in this globalization reconfiguration. You touch upon slightly on China's industrial policy, for example, and I can come up with a number of examples here in Taiwan that fall victim into China's industries policy that end up oversupply and also destroying all the other alternative supply sources because of China's policy. And also, there will be hidden agenda problems that we receive a lot of attention also here in Taiwan. Economic policy intertwined with a lot of unspoken political agenda. But I'll address those as questions during our Q&A sessions. Let me waste no time and to invite our fourth panelist, Oh-Seok Lee Makiyama from the European Center for International Political Economy. Oh-Seok, you may have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Roy. And thanks to all excellencies and distinguished guests present, but most of all, my dear Taiwanese friends. I'm really, really privileged to join you again at the Katagalan Forum this year. And amongst another very impressive lineup, actually, of distinguished international guests and scholars. And as the last speaker in the last panel, I do dare say that all the good ideas already taken. So whatever you hear from me is really optional. I was actually the one that spoke 4 a.m. last year, and I would say that I will speak for Taiwan and this forum any time of the day and anywhere in the world, but preferably from Taiwan. So hopefully we'll see you all next year. And yeah, the topic of the panel, I think, is topical as ever. Economic security, I think, has become a mainstay in the discussion, but I would like to argue that it's a very different threat than what we see in think tank reports written by Young Turks, and it's actually a reality that central bankers, trade negotiators, and army generals must take into account in a completely different way in the post-pandemic recovery. And I have been saying now for the duration of the pandemic that we will see a two-phase recovery. And I do dare say that we are approaching the second phase, but in a very different manner than we thought. We began the early stages of the post-pandemic recovery by creating actually an unprecedented situation where one economy, mainland China, accounted for nearly all of the world's growth. And such concentration itself is a tremendous macro-political and economic risk, whoever that country is, whether it's Luxembourg, Taiwan, or mainland China. That is the nature of the problem, that we had a huge concentration. And until now, and as we heard from the previous speakers, it was also created largely by investments. And recent highlighted supply chain vulnerabilities in certain products, for example, like particular line of medical products in the early days of the recovery, but also before the pandemic, we've seen similar crises in rare earth and certain extent also in very limited parts of the electronic sector, where we have seen extremely high concentration of fixed assets going into and production resources going into the mainland, which has posed a very hard problem for us to crack. And this problem is basically not necessarily just by the fact that it is a one economy, but it's also the fact that it is an economy that is willing to direct it in a direction that suits its political interest. And that, I think, where the real underlying problem is. But let me turn to Taiwan, because as so often, Taiwan is the light in a very dark world. And we have seen the predictions of GDP growth in Taiwan being now written up from 4.6 to 5.5. Now we are looking at close to 6% GDP growth before the end of the year. We've heard from Roy, export growing 28% year on year. This is fantastic. But it is also shows to a certain vulnerability in the Taiwan's economic model. We need world growth in order to spur export-led growth in an economy like Taiwan. I come back to that, but another actually optimistic sign we are seeing is that for Taiwan, reshoring seems to be working. Investment is now actually moving back into Taiwan or created indigenously in Taiwan. $1 trillion Taiwan dollar has been returned from mainland economy. And in fact, I would even argue that this is the only economy in the world where the reshoring seems to be working, that money is actually moving back into Taiwan. And it has, of course, been helped by the great faster rate of digitalization that we've seen thanks to the pandemic. But there are also other signs that are very similar to other economic recovery we've seen in Taiwan in the past. For example, like the global financial crisis, which basically means that the recovery process is primarily export-led. It has led to increased over-specialization. As for now, as we have a huge deal of supply chain mismatches and shortages and price spikes, it works very well for Taiwan. But I am worried in the long term that it needs to diversify from the export-led model into other growth models that will serve the Taiwanese people well into the future. But as we are now going into the second stage of the recovery, as we predicted, GDP is now bouncing back globally. I think it's at 6% according to IMF. I do agree with Professor Hoffman that the supply chains are far more resilient than expected. But what we have seen is that the trading system don't manage shortages very well, and not least in vaccines. And there are many reasons to be worried about this. But we are also seeing a two-track recovery. The fault line is no longer between emerging versus stagnant advanced economies, not between the East or the West, it's not between the Atlantic or the Pacific. It's between the countries who have money to spend. United States have increased its debt ratio from 100 to 135% of GDP. Eurozone has now reached 100%. Even mainland China has gone from 54 to 70% of the GDP. There is a lot of government money being spent, which also creates a concern for long-term inflation prospects for those who are worried about it. But most of all, the fault line is between those who have access to vaccines and those who have not. United States is now bounced back at 7% growth of GDP, China 8%. But if you look at non-China emerging economies, they are all performing below the global average. And in the latest July IMF report, their prospect has been severely written down almost by 0.5%. So we have reason to be worried and to think that they're going to perform worse. So as these two phases of economic recovery is now actually underpinning the economic security in an overlapping way. And what I'm trying to say is that the themes of the first phase, where we have had massive concentration of investment in the mainland Chinese economy, has not actually subdued. That means that first, when the entirety of the world growth was generated within one economy that was willing to direct that growth into the direction that supports its political objectives, including rewriting the rules of security, trade, and regional balance, it created very difficult interdependencies that could be weaponized. And I would argue that they have. And it limited the policy space in economic statecraft of Western countries as well as Taiwan. Second, those who have controlled the vaccine production have also controlled other countries' pace towards economic recovery. Quickly on the point about vaccination of people in Taiwan, I intended not to say this, but in this regard, I'm very delighted that people of Czech Republic, Lithuania, and Japan, and many countries have come to the aid of Taiwan. And I'm not surprised that it's these countries, because in the end, people who were once forgotten by the world community never forget the feeling of being forgotten. And if my fellow Europeans are listening, I want to send them a stern warning that posterity will not be kind upon those who forget people like Taiwan in this circumstance. It is central to get the Taiwanese economy and other economies in the emerging world and to share the vaccines equitably around the world. And the situation that we have created, I think, has put an unprecedented pressure on not just trade diplomacy, but also general foreign policy and statecraft, because besieged economies and political systems like China, but also Europe and many other places, have become largely non-responsive to external incentives. EU, Europe, and Japan cannot provide enough impetus for economies like Beijing to reform its system and how it conducts its trade, even if we work together. In other words, alliances won't change Beijing or their policy direction. But what I do believe that alliances can do is to mitigate those risks of those weaponized dependencies. But unfortunately, as Scott said, WTO is particularly ill-equipped to address these problems. In fact, I would even argue that the multilateral system is working exactly as its architects intended. It's just that the crisis we are seeing with a global pandemic and the uneven distribution of vaccine and recovery, these two things are heavily interlinked, is actually not something that the drafters of GATT could foresee. This is the reason why I don't think these are rule-defined problems, but actually political problems. And in addition, the uneven prospect of growth, even amongst those who have access to good vaccine, is a problem. I'm thinking about the abysmal growth prospects in Europe and the lack of political capital to undertake reforms. It's no longer just a regional problem. It's actually a global problem, because as certain pockets of growth is monopolizing actually the global demand, Europe without options become a political risk, which I believe Taiwan and its allies must immediately manage. And strategic autonomy in the EU is failing because EU leaders fail to prioritize real strategic risk to its political autonomy. And I would like to talk and end on the point about political autonomy, because currently Taiwan and a very few ASEAN economies provide secure and indirect access to post-pandemic growth that is emerging out of economies like China. Taiwan even grew faster than the mainland economy in 2020. You even got a multiplier effect if you invested in Taiwan. And as Taiwan is actually, despite the low vaccination rate and low access to vaccines, Taiwan has always been a gateway to the region supply chains. And to paraphrase Scott once again, Taiwan knows how to trade with rivals. And in fact, I would argue that economies like Taiwan and many others in the region knows very well how to disarm this weaponized dependency more than anyone else, because they've been doing so for the entire existence. So this is the reason why I really like to urge EU and the Quad to coordinate a twofold Taiwan strategy. First, keep the people of Taiwan safe and vaccinated. I do believe it's our human and historical duty. And if we fail this duty, I think the judgment of history will be very, very harsh on us. And I hope we don't fail Taiwan. The second point is we should selfishly tapping into Taiwan's economic potential. Legally speaking, whether we are talking about EU investment agreement or US FTA or CPTPP accession, these accession routes are open and legitimate avenues for all WTO members, including Taiwan, Europe, and United States. Commercially and politically, I would argue it's more logical to put investment and trade agreements with Taiwan first, not second, because we get a better deal out of Taiwan. And most importantly, refraining from exploring these very potent pockets of growth and innovation that Taiwan represents is an ultimate act of Finlandization. It means that China has the prerogative to deny EU and Washington the right to undertake trade agreements with any WTO member. And that's where the limitation economic policy space that I talked about, that how these interdependencies have limited Western policy space. We cannot allow this to become the norm. I'm sorry I spoke for too long. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ho-Seok. I got the same feeling as Ho-Seok was describing just now. Talking to friends and colleagues from the European area, you got the conclusion that when they look east, there's only China, right? But I would like to borrow what Scott was recommending us. Let's do the maths. If you look at the numbers, you will realize that Asia Pacific is more than China, right? Taiwan plays a very important role in the supply chain. You know, somewhere between 55 to 65% of the products manufactured by Taiwanese companies in China are actually for export, right? They are not actually for the Chinese demand. So those products, made in China products, can be anywhere manufactured by Taiwanese companies in China. So yeah, thank you very much, Ho-Seok, to bring up this issue. There's a much deeper discussion that needed, especially in the European area, on how Taiwan, what's the role of Taiwan, and how EU should be also introducing a new dimension and also dynamics to interact with Taiwan in many of these regards post the COVID-19 pandemic. Okay, we have roughly 20 minutes left, and we have already received several questions now. Maybe I'll just quickly go through the question. Is this the first question? Okay. Now, a question from students from one of the local Tankang University here in Taiwan. The question is that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the spray of the pandemic indicated the weakness and unstable of the global supply chain? I think, well, we already answered part of the questions already, right? So the second part of the question is that are you seeing a breakdown of the global governance structure, especially the WHO? And how do we prevent this kind of situation to occur in the future? Maybe I just add one dimension to that question. That is, what will be the next generation global or world governance structure, trade and health-wise? What's your recommendation? Anyone wants to take the floor first? Challenging question.
Well, let me give it a try. I mean, clearly, the COVID-19 epidemic intertwined with the Trump administration's very aggressive approach to China, and that played out in the WHO. It played out in the WTO. Which was not good for global governance, for sure. I think we have now an opportunity with the Biden administration to go in a different direction. Clearly, a whole range of areas that we have discussed just now, and a lot of the pain points that we have discussed now, they have to be resolved one way or another, either in WTO or in some regional format. And regional formats, they might be, if you want, the proto-WTO solutions, but in the end, you can't avoid the WTO. Whether you talk about industrial policies, it's not, I mean, yes, China has industrial policy like many others. WTO is very weak in addressing industrial policy. So you have to talk about that. You have to set rules there that everybody can abide by. CPTPP is one step towards that. I think more needs to be done. Data governance is another issue that has come up similarly. The issue of environmental sustainability is one that's going to come to the fore with the Europeans imposing a carbon, what they call a carbon border adjustment. It's a carbon tax, and I'm very much in favor. I think that's what you should do, but it's going to be a huge WTO issue. Big issues that need to be discussed, and frankly, you can find temporary regional solutions for it, but I think we cannot avoid the global discussion. Unfortunately, I think the new Director General of the WTO is convinced of that and is very progressive. She's a former boss of mine, so I give the former boss praises, and I'm hopeful that there will be a renewed emphasis on the negotiation part of the WTO.
Honorable Hill, please.
Right, this is very important question. And I think that as the governments battle the pandemic and then to face up to rising geopolitical tensions, I think most governments are switching from that pursuit of efficiency to, in some sense, to self-reliance. But as we talked already, I think resilience comes not from self-reliance, but from that diverse source of supply. Okay, so we have to keep in mind how important is the role of supply chains in this sense. And another aspect is that I think the reason why that the governments are too much concerned about some resilience issues, that the decay of international trading rules makes countries more wary of relying on each other. So in this, as already excellent speakers already mentioned, that some kind of the trade agreements, like a bilateral or some regional agreement, might help to solve these issues too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Scott or Ho-Seok, would you like to reflect on that question? Or maybe we can move on to the next question. Okay, let me just, yeah, please.
Just a quick word. I'll speak here as a disgraced trade negotiator first and a thinker second. And as I said, the multilateral system has effectively failed to address the pandemic problem because we couldn't envisage the scale of the problem when we drafted the rules. And the way that, for example, the WTO rules were drafted says that if a country or a member comes under stress, it is allowed to control its exports. And we just didn't envisage a situation where everybody in the world is under duress. So this is the reason why we're under the crisis. That's what I mean by the original intention of the drafters. I think what we've seen, exactly as the previous speakers have pointed out, is that in the post-American leadership, we are now looking into a situation where we have to exercise leadership collectively. And no one is actually fit to do this, because we saw early attempts by EU to try to step into the gap that was created by US leadership. But leadership entails actually paying for benefit of others. And that's something that neither Europe and mainland China is currently ready to do. And so we are actually in a very much leadership-less and rule-less and governance-minus world. And that breaks down pretty much into regional dependencies. And that really doesn't bode well. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the next question is also related. So let's move on to the next question, then we can come back to pick up some of the questions or debates, or not really debates, but issues that we have been left behind. The question is from Jennifer. She's from the University of Queensland, Australia, I guess. The question is, how do you think Taiwan's role will change, if at all, in the post-COVID global economy? Do you currently see a trend of continued globalization or deglobalization? And the last part is, what role will APEC play in the post-COVID economy? Well, Taiwan's role. I'm not going to answer the question. I'm going to invite you, all the panelists, to share with us what do you think about Taiwan's role in the post-COVID global economy? Scott, you want to take the floor first? Yes, please.
Sure. Having traveled to Taiwan for 30 plus years, watching the island remodel itself again and again, from small businesses to very large, successful global companies, very adaptable. Even with all of the problems and global forces that Ho-Seok mentioned that are working against it, Taiwan has managed to adapt and do quite well. So there is a significant chance that U.S.-China decoupling will be pretty significant. People will go too far. They will react to each other, and we will see significant reduction in trade. And I think that will have negative pressures on Taiwan's economy. On the other hand, maybe we'll do things better. I think it's really critical is how much optimism can Americans have about their place in the world? A very unoptimistic, very pessimistic America tends to make very stupid policy choices, which hurt the U.S. some, but hurt others in smaller places like Taiwan a lot more. So I'm hoping that we get some stronger waves of optimism in the U.S. and getting through the pandemic will be quite helpful to that. Taiwan will adapt, I think, one way or the other. Question is, will it be a harder environment for it to adapt in, or will it be easier? In terms of APEC, I think most folks saw the Vice President of the United States in her visit to Southeast Asia recently announced that the U.S. would like to host APEC in 2023. I think that's very good news for APEC. I don't think that's necessarily going to totally transform the organization to give it teeth and make all of the members work together, but it shows a more significant American commitment to providing some of those public goods that HOSEK mentioned, not just showing up, but trying to address some of these issues. And so I think there can be some more creativity with APEC, with other regional institutions to provide opportunities for Taiwan and smaller powers who are trying to navigate these very difficult storms that we're currently going through.
Scott, are you going to describe a current U.S. policy as a trend of deglobalization, or is the term deglobalization the appropriate term to describe the trend or policy direction?
I wouldn't go that far because, I mean, right now we're just kind of spinning our wheels and not doing a whole lot. We're just adapting and I think taking very small micro steps. We've added some companies to our entities list and things like that, but as a proportion of total trade and investment, we've barely moved the needle, even with some of the actions we've taken with regard to Hong Kong or Xinjiang. I think what we're trying to do is reimagine what globalization might be like, where we also focus on achieving goals related to the environment, to labor, and right now we're just struggling for what those solutions might be. And this is a large transition that the United States is going through with no clear solutions. I don't think it ends up being deglobalization. I think it's going to be something more different than that. But exactly where it's going to end up, I'm not sure. That's why we all have jobs, because we're supposed to help determine the outcome of where we're going.
Thank you. Director Hofman.
Yeah, I mean, whether we talk about deglobalization, I do think we will see a phase of regionalization. And in part that is because the global supply chains, they already ran out of steam even before COVID, even before the US-China tension. So they were no longer gaining. A lot of the efficiency gains that were to be had were there, and there were no big economies opening up anymore, and therefore, if you want, they were going globalization was going sideways for the past decade, especially since the global financial crisis. Now we see, in part, we see a policy-driven development, especially in China. Don't forget China and China's new dual circulation strategy. I'm not saying it's a deglobalization strategy, but it is for them also to become less dependent on trade in critical supply chains, but much more broader. So maybe they're ahead of that game. Second, you see a deeper integration with Southeast Asia, between China and Southeast Asia. At the same time, in Europe, I mean, Europe is doing very well within Europe. It's a tremendous integration, how they integrated the Eastern Europeans into the European sphere. But at the same time, the outside interaction has become less as a share of GDP. I'm not necessarily saying that they stopped trading, but it's become less important for them than the European internal trade. And so you see much more of a regional blocks occurring, and the United States in a way seems to be pitching for that as well. With NAFTA and extended NAFTA, they feel more safer there, that the supply chains closer to home, not necessarily at home, but closer to home. So you might see a tendency towards more sort of three blocks in the world until there are further motivations to further opening up. And I particularly look at India, or over time, Africa will be a big opportunity where you have renewed opportunities for efficiency gain that might re-globalize the economy. Thanks.
Thank you, Bert. Honorable HYUN, Korea is a very important member of the APEC, and I guess you play also a very key role in the policy formulation process for Korea during your turn as the Vice Prime Minister for Korea's participation of the APEC. So what's your view about the future APEC? to play in a post-COVID economy?
I think after pandemic, I think that there should be some restructuring of the international architecture. So in many senses, one of the features I'm thinking is that some way of that some regional bloc might be rebuilt. I mean, for example, I don't know what's coming in the APEC regions, but in that sense, I think Taiwan might be some kind of roles in the whole respect of the regions. For example, as far as my understanding is correct, Taiwan's technology is quite upfront. So in that sense, I think that Taiwan might be some role in the area of technology, some kind of development. For example, I think that some kind of communication technology, I think, continue to reshape the lives and the economy, right? So in that sense, the role of the Taiwan might be some kind of very important in the future. Another aspect is Taiwan. I think that in some sense, Taiwan might be one of the major likely minded countries in the sense of that how to some way to solve the pandemic issues or how to preserve real spirit of globalization, because Taiwan is in some sense front runner of globalization in most emerging economies. So in that sense, I think I'm not quite say that a specific role in the APEC, but I think there might be some different round of that some collaboration in the APEC regions. That's mine.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hume. Because of the time limitation, I think this will be the last question for this session. So Oh-Seok, would you like to offer some, not really closing remarks, but few words on those questions? Taiwan's role, or how about deglobalization and globalization? How do you see that?
Well, as previous speakers have said, I don't think we are deglobalizing. If you look at the total amount of assets outstanding, we are really not deglobalizing. I mean, the amount of interaction in terms of capital that is placed abroad versus in the domestic economy, there is no trend towards deglobalization. What we see, I think, is a trend towards a different mode of globalization, where we have spoken about United States, and as an example, I'll continue on that route, and where United States have largely gone from a trade-led globalization to investment-led globalization. And I think it's about time that the Taiwanese economy will also go into that track, and many other export-led economies like Germany would have to do that transition at certain point as we become richer and we move more towards services. That's definitely true. Basically, the model of globalization has changed. The second problem, and that's the potential. Then the problem comes as we change the modes and as the landscape changed. I think what we have seen is that the political sensitivities have changed. They moved from one particular kind of sectors to another kind of sector. We have seen sensitivities around certain economies moving towards another economy. And it is, in a sense, a great rebalancing that we are seeing now. It's not just about breaking up and bifurcation, and we are not just talking about the security parameters here. We very often forget that United States have about the same amount of investment in China as in Japan. Whereas if you look at certain economies like Germany, or not to say the least, Taiwan, we have been overexposed to the mainland market. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but diversification is also a good thing. So the adjustment that we have heard about is not deglobalization, but is perhaps a reglobalization, where the underlying the factors have changed and we are basically adapting to new economic realities. And on that point, I agree with everyone who has spoken here today that I am convinced that Taiwan will adapt, and it is adapting very well. Despite all the hardship coming against it, it comes out on top. So I am actually less worried about Taiwan. And the slogan of Taiwan of this year is Taiwan can help. So I would like to put the question the other way around. How should the world help Taiwan now? And thank you so much for the 6 million face masks.
Thank you very much, Oh-Seok. Indeed, Taiwan has been doing a great job in the last 18 months. We would like to offer some of our experiences and resources to facilitate and also to learn from others. And that's, I think, the objective of this year's forum. If there's any consensus of this session, I would like to borrow what Oh-Seok has been concluding. We are actually in the process of rebalancing. It's not a complete destroying of the establishment, but rather we are creating new forms of collaboration, new forms of interaction, new forms of dealing with a country like China. Second generation integration of Chinese economy into the global economy, probably that's what we're going to witness in the next decades to come. But thank you very much for the very, very interesting, insightful 70 minutes. I hope it's worth jet-lagging for Scott. And hopefully next year we'll be fly to Washington and we will enjoy the jet lag and continue the dialogue somewhere else. But most welcome. We would like to see you all in Taiwan in the near future. Thank you very much for joining us. And this will be the end of this session. Thank you.
Okay, thanks to all the panelists and Mr. Roy Lee for such a valuable insight and dialogue today. The forum has successfully come to the end. Last but not least, we would like to invite Deputy Minister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Tian Zhongguang, once again to deliver the closing remarks for us.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed an honor to speak with you today. On behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of China, Taiwan, I would like to extend my gratitude to all of you for participating in the Katagalan Forum online to consider the traditional and non-traditional threat and the challenges we will face in the post-COVID-19 world. Today, our forum had quite a number of productive discussions. More than 20 current and former officials, scholars, and experts from 10 countries have offered valuable insights on a range of important issues. We are particularly gratified to have Ambassador Kelly Craft, former U.S. Permanent Representative to the United Nations, deliver an opening keynote speech this morning. Her speech expressed staunch support and friendship for Taiwan, and it reminded us the fact that Taiwan as a force for good will never be alone on the way of pursuing freedom and democracy. If we sum up the keyword being mentioned most frequently through our 4 panel discussions today, whether we were talking about Taiwan Strait development, Indo-Pacific stability, gray zone coercion, or reconstructing global supply chain, China is no doubt the main theme of our shared concern. In recent years, political, economic, military, and technological dynamics in the Indo-Pacific have evolved rapidly. In addition to the sea changes, COVID-19 has had devastating impact since its emergence last year. However, in every crisis there is opportunity. While China is expanding hegemony and spreading tentacles throughout the world during the pandemic, China has also exposed its true malicious global ambitions. Thus, over the past few months, like-minded countries have reached a consensus on security issues arising from China and then come closer together to promote a free and open Indo-Pacific and to safeguard our belief of democracy and freedom. The resurgence of the Quad is a striking example. Following the first Quad summit took place on March 12th, the second summit is scheduled to be held this autumn. At this interval, the Quad working groups on vaccines, critical technologies, and climate change have also some progress. At the same time, the G7 summit, NATO summit, the EU-US summit, etc., also demonstrated a united desire for a world anchored by democratic values and unconstrained by coercion. We can see a trans-Pacific alliance of like-minded democracies gradually taking shape and a renewed transatlantic partnership. In today's discussions related to the Quad, it may take a time for the Quad to become fully institutionalized, and it may be an early stage to discuss enlargement. However, for now, Quad is still an ideal platform for the four like-minded nations to develop cooperations on all aspects pertinent to security and the well-being of the people in the democratic communities. Also, it leaves open the possibility for making specific Quad plus activities depending on the interest and availability of other partners. I do hope and I believe Taiwan will participate in some form in the near future. On many occasions in the international arena, the importance of the peace and the stability in Taiwan Strait has been underscored recently. It shows Taiwan Strait development is not just a cross-strait issue, but a global concern as well. Any development in the Taiwan Strait is indeed a challenge, not only to the Indo-Pacific liberal order, but also the rest of the world. Why Taiwan matters? Taiwan is of critical strategic importance to the region and the world. Taiwan is a defender of shared values, a sharp contrast with authoritarian China. Taiwan is situated in the middle of the first island chain in the West Pacific, a crucial geographical position to contain China's military power and its spread of authoritarianism. Taiwan is a key partner in the global ICT industry as well, especially in the supply chain of semiconductor. Due to its strategic position in many aspects, Taiwan faces tremendous challenges and threats from China. For example, PRC warplanes and the vessels have continuously encircled Taiwan. More than 150 days as of today this year, Chinese warplanes could be spotted on Taiwan's ADIZ. In addition, Chinese government-backed disinformation flooded Taiwan. We received nearly 30 million attacks a month, and about half of which are suspected to come from China. However, facing military and non-military attacks, Taiwan has never succumbed to the pressure from China, but has become the front line of all democracies against China's highlighted rhetoric assault, military intimidation, and all sorts of gray zone tactics. Taiwan is able and willing to share our experiences of how to defend democracy for more than half a century. Taiwan is a reliable partner ready to contribute as a force for good. Taiwan not only safeguards its democratic way of life with great determination, but also commits to working with like-minded partners to promote democracy, security, and prosperity across the region. To echo discussions today, Taiwan strongly calls for China to refrain from provocative and destabilizing gray zone activities in East Asia waters and to resolve conflicts by peaceful means throughout multilateral negotiation. In addition, I also agree that supply chains should be a source of strength instead of weakness in the global economy. And it is vital to build trusted global supply chain. Also politically and commercially, it is logical to consider Taiwan to be the top partner in these economic reconstructions. Taiwan's continued promotion of multilateral dialogue is part of how we are working to find peaceful resolution to the security issues of our day. The Katagalan Forum is one example of our commitment to being an active, reliable partner in the Indo-Pacific. At this challenging time, Taiwan stands in solidarity with the partners, and we hope our friends would also stand by us. Together, we can realize a free, open, inclusive, and resilient Indo-Pacific democracy will and must prevail in the end. In closing, I would like to take this opportunity to express our thanks to the Prospect Foundation and the people working behind. Particularly, I would like to thank you for joining us. We look forward to seeing you again next year. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you very much, Deputy Minister. I believe that Katagalan Forum, this event gave us really many opportunities to engage in opinions exchanges on current regional issues. And I want to thank once again to all the speakers for the valuable insights through the dialogue today. Now we officially concluded Katagalan Forum 2021 Asia Pacific Security Dialogue. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you in 2022.